Okay, I guess I need to know how to do the intros again. Yeah. So, we're live. That's the thing. It's been a while. Sorry.
I just wrote that.
Excellent. Oh, it's starting strong, that's for sure. So, good hello, and welcome to Tomorrow's Goodbye, this one-shot from the Cypher System. I am Ryan, the GM, and here are the players. Good luck, team.
Go in order of whoever's in the chat. Top to bottom.
Good evening. My name is Alexander. Tonight I'll be playing Lockheart Dourf.
Can I give a wee blurb about who, like, what they are, and like the who's your daddy,
Yeah.
what does he do type situation?
Lockheart is the most trustworthy person that never overstates his or any other people's capabilities or abilities, and definitely the sort of person you want advising high levels of the government and society. That's Lockheart.
You described them physically a little bit as well, like if you walked into a room, what would people notice first? Or what does the action figure look like? You know, one of those.
Yeah, sort of fair, middle-aged, black hair, pale-ish, fairly unnoticeable. You know, kind of just looks like a dude that doesn't go outside a lot. I can't think of anyone that might be like at all.
How dare.
All right. My name is Dylan. I'll be playing Myr'ra Vess, who is a mysterious adept who shepherds ghosts. And she's a relatively tall, black hair, pale skin, usually dresses in black, keeps to herself mostly, but when she talks to people, it's always a little uncomfortable, and is often seen talking to herself, sometimes more often than anyone else. And she is the town's mortician, even though she's not actually good at being a mortician. She just simply talks to the souls and finds out how they died.
Fair.
And, yeah.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast. I feel myself and Myr'ra might have been confused in our circles that we run in. She is a youngish trainee archivist. Tries to look very dark and mysterious. Often a bit of the bubble comes out. She tries to be the grumpy one, bit more of the sunshine. And yes, she's got sort of dark hair that's clearly dyed. She's got blonde roots creeping through, constantly covered in papers and books and parchments, and looks a bit harried and is very, very clumsy.
Nice.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris, and I'm going to be Nori Nediam. I'm a stealthy explorer who probably in his late teens. What I look like depends on what I'm doing. And I would give you a warning not to leave anything unless you want me to take it.
There we go. Right, so hopefully that's also got our chat box from Roll20 showing up a bit as well. Just trying to get that on screen so we can see some dice rolls, because again there's not really that much from the Roll20 side of things to deal with. Let's see if that is working.
Nat, are you introducing yourself? Or you?
I am. I'm just pulling up the rest of my stuff. So, hi, my name is Nat. I play Riven, whose last name will not be known to any of you. Riven is hard to miss in a room at a terrifying height of 7'6". This woman is hard to avoid. She is a broad, strong woman that you can even see the way her muscles move underneath the heavy, heavy armor that she is clad in. The great sword on her back is a glorified slab of metal that's had the sides sharpened, scarred with long red ginger hair, makeup across her eyes. Is quite a stoic woman who listens to people a lot, very much believes that people have professions, and that strength isn't everything. You know, if somebody's got abilities, you listen. Is a presence and lets her presence be known, but also allows people their time to talk. Not from directly these lands, works under a particular countess and is her chief general and war advisor. But that is very much known about Riven.
Nice. Okay. Okay, so does anybody have any questions for each other about your characters? Nothing? All good?
Not so far.
What does Nori look like again?
It depends.
It depends. What does he look like right now when I look at him?
Oh,
when
right
Riven has
now.
a first glance.
Right now, he probably stands about 5'6", 5'7", dark hair, muscular but more lithe than muscles for moving quickly around places you shouldn't be. But yeah, there's more to that to come.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I think the answer was depends what they're up to at the time. Will depend on how they present
you
themselves. Yes.
Doing crime.
Yeah.
Didn't say that. That's an assumption. I did not say that.
An allegation.
I distinctly heard the phrase "not crime," so.
Yeah, Riven's good, so if you think you're stealing some girl, she'll just stand in the way so no one sees you.
So we've already ticked off Rogue versus Paladin. Like. Strong. Yep. Oh dear. So. Some stuff I've already said, but we'll say on cam now that we're live. So you're in the country of Denk, primarily human-run country in this world. This world doesn't have a name yet, but it's probably going to be something musically themed, so that's fine. And what else have we got? These have all been either recommended or these are known well enough that this is why you have been specifically requested to go and investigate this particular mystery on behalf of the Queen of Denk. So everyone is essentially waiting to meet the King Consort to find out essentially what the mission is that you have got to do. These are all kind of in like the waiting area, as it were, one of the fancy rooms. So these are all in the palace in Denk Mark, which is the capital city of Denk, because names are hard. So, as I said, it's primarily a human city. This world has your standard humans, elves, dwarves. It has demons. It has draconics, again, dragons and dragonborn, and various in-betweens. You've got angelics and celestials, and you've got the Fae. And the biggest problem out of all of those has been the Fae in this world. But that is mostly this world's history. The reason why we have copper, silver, and gold coins. So silver, the only reason why silver is there is because silver and the Fae are very connected in this world. You wouldn't own anything silver unless it was either gifted to you by the Fae or you were trying to invoke the Fae. So I would keep that in mind. The coins are fine because they aren't reflective, but they are still made of silver, but they don't reflect. This is why mirrors are very dangerous to have if they're silver mirrors. So essentially nobody would keep a silver mirror unless it was a statement or they were very brave. Other things to consider as well, travelling around the world, pretty standard fantasy setting. There's nothing super fancy travel-wise. Like, can't say there's much in the way of like airships or anything like that. Not until we need a country that does all that. You know, that could be later in the campaign. But at the moment, we don't have that. If you want to travel anywhere really fast and you're quite a fan of risks, the Feyways will get you there. Maybe they won't. But you would have to summon a Fey and ask them to connect those places if you wanted to travel somewhere super fast. Or you could make a deal with a demon. Very similar. Some people would prefer to do that. Because the problem's usually at the end of their life, not right there and then, where the Fae would make it. So that's just some casual life in this world. That's fine. Everyone's fine with it. There's no problems about any of that. Again, back in the history of the world, long ago, 5 kind of kingdoms, if you will, united. Under, like, they called themselves like the Table of the 5 Blades, and it was again the aforementioned humans, dwarves, elves, draconics, and demons were all united against the Fae, because thousands of years ago the Fae basically tried to take this world. It didn't happen, luckily. The Celestials took no part in that, because Celestials aren't part of the world the same way demons are. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Have I said any lore to anyone else that I forgot? Or is that? Yeah, that's pretty much it. And again, it was already way more than I needed for the one shot. Okay. Yeah, so these are in the. I said again, it's like a fancy sitting room. Very ornate. You can tell that, like, the queendom of Dink has spared no expense in making sure they know how wealthy the human kind of, I guess, throne is in this regard. Is there any small talk between the group? Anything discussed? Do any of you know each other from previously? Like, tell us now. Anyone?
Being overseas, I don't know, but Riven definitely greets absolutely everybody with a bow and an introduction.
Good.
I'm Riven, basically. That's all she gives you. If you question, she might go fly.
Nice.
I did wonder, just put like a connection between Lockhart and Riven. Just I had written a wee bit about having been sent out to another place. And,
Wonderful.
them coming back around this time as well. So perhaps there are people that know of, or knows of Riven. Maybe not fast friends, but at least is awareness because of who they are.
Okay, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, I would say Myr'ra is definitely at least aware of Mara from like records coming into the archive.
Sure.
I don't know if Mara is aware of Myr'ra, who very much stays in the library.
I was going to say, if anyone wants to know, or at least have heard of Mara, you're welcome to. I imagine at some point she would come up in conversation.
Makes sense.
Oh, if we've just all arrived like round about the same time, I think if Riven is aware or has at least met Lockhart once, it's good to see you again, Lockhart. It's been some time. You look well.
Ah, Lady Riven, it is good to see you. Looks just to like make sure, like, yes, you could definitely crush my head with your hand. Like, yes, still good. Like, okay, off.
You know I have no intention of harming. However, and she'll just kind of scan looking around the room. Quite an interesting pot of talent we have here. Wonder what our mission would be.
Yes, I'm sure things are going to be very interesting to see, to say the least.
Look forward to it. Forgive me, I am not talking about you if you think I am And she just looks to all of you as if I'm not gonna just not talk to your faces. My name is Riven. I have not had the pleasure of meeting the other three within this room.
Myr'ra Vess. Pleasure is mine.
Hello, I'm Myr'ra. I work for the archive. Nice to meet you.
Indeed. Nice to meet you as well.
She immediately drops about 3 things that she's holding and has to scramble to pick them all up.
Riven will certainly assist.
Thank you. It's fine. There's no order. It's fine. I just shove things back in pockets.
You wish me to carry anything from you? That is a small library you are carrying.
Yeah, she's okay. I'm okay. I'm fine. But you do notice she's got a backpack that is a desk.
I forgot about that.
So she's just so it's just a small writing desk that she wears as a bag.
Riven's looking over the top down the back of you the hell? Just okay.
Amazing.
Myr'ra, is it? Yeah, I think I may have. You've signed off on some things. What particular branch of the archives was it that you were in?
Oh, I'm studying to get my general archiveship. So, and I've been everywhere. Yes, your name does sound familiar. Can I see it written down? And if you do, she'll be like, "Oh yeah, I recognize your signature." Yeah.
Yes. That I sometimes have signed off on to be done. All records. Your work is incredibly important. I hope you understand that. Very
Important for everything. Yeah. Mira's a bit okay, sure.
Yes, Archivist. It's nice to finally meet you. Your organization efforts have assisted me greatly.
Oh, I have to say, everything that comes out of your department is always impeccably written. Makes my job very easy.
Happy to help.
Again, she notices she's smiling too much and tries to oh no, cool.
With a desk in her back.
Yeah.
As Myr'ra drops something to the floor, you may have noticed that I very obviously try to keep my hands in my pocket, just because we've just met. And I will introduce myself as, I'm Nori. I try and keep to myself. If you've heard of me, I hope it's gone well. I hope that you've not heard anything bad.
No one has an impeccable reputation. And if they do, they're paying someone a lot of money.
My reputation maybe in the wrong side of town for the company I'm in just now.
Morals can shift.
Social gymnastics.
Well, as I said, we seem to have quite a wealth of talents between us. Does anyone have any inclination as to why the Queen has called us forth?
While I was, shall I say, at liberty of the Queen, I heard somebody mention a small town that had to be investigated. Some strange things occurring.
Do you have a further elaboration on strange?
I don't know how far I should go.
Well, you don't really know anything more than that. That's mostly
No,
just it's
exactly.
more than most people know as well.
Yeah.
And it's probably just stuff you've overheard that you probably shouldn't have overheard, but Nori
Yes.
being Nori. Yeah.
Nori just being Nori.
Nori being Nori.
Get on a t-shirt.
Note that when I hesitate if I'm talking about your characters because I forgot your name and or character combination because of how many things I've just had to arrange on my screen. So like lead with your name if you can, if I'm definitely addressing you, so I remember who I'm talking to. Right, so I think with that moment as well, two of the guards that are on the inside of like the doors, like the big double fancy ornate doors that you all kind of came through, there were guards on the outside and guards on the inside. 2 and 2. The doors open, the guards on the inside just move all of a sudden, like without the doors opening, so it's as if they seem to know in advance. They stand to the side, doors swing open, and how to describe them? So, would you who would recognise the king on sight? Who wouldn't? That's probably a better question.
Riven might have a vague idea of his description thanks to
So,
the Countess.
The king is very new. In
Okay,
terms
then
of
maybe.
yes.
Depends how twisted she is.
Yeah, I think Lockhart, keeps tries to keep an eye on the ruling bodies and.
Well, you work probably the closest, right? I think you probably work the closest with like the crown. So yeah, that makes sense that you would know them on site. Anyone else? I'm assuming Myr'ra and Myr'ra probably don't know them on site. Yep, I figured.
I'm surprised we have a king.
Yeah, that's fair.
I might have read an announcement but no.
Yep.
I think I would have been working a crowd somewhere.
So, the main thing here is it is a queendom here for Denk. It is ran by Queen Loudon Dougal. Dougal is the new name added on to her. She took a husband relatively recently, like only maybe like 2-3 months ago, something like that. Maybe more, maybe like 6 months ago. It's very new. I'll give you a clue. That part's not important to anything in this one shot, so don't freak out about that. But some time ago recently, she took a husband. So the king consort, Douglas Dougal, is who has just walked in the room. To describe him, so I'll describe the queen first. Do you all know who's a good actress to base this on? Rosamund Pike. Do you all know who Rosamund Pike is? If not, feel free to Google Rosamund Pike. I think her general demeanour is quite good as well for like Queen Loudon.
As in Wheel of Time, or as in...
Yeah, the same. Yeah, Wheel of Time lady. She was also in Gone Girl as well. She was the lead in Gone Girl, the movie. Been in like a handful of stuff. Very good actress. So yeah, that is like Queen Dougal. And King Dougal, like who could he look like? Probably looks more like John Rhys Davies. So tall, broad. John Rhys Davies played Gimli, but I feel that gives the wrong visuals. So yeah.
Think of him in Indiana Jones.
Yes,
more than
very much
Gimli,
so.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, think of him more from Indiana Jones. John Rhys Davies. So that's King Consort Dougal. So he walks in, looks like he's just kind of finishing something because he's like licking his fingers and stuff as he's walking. He's got some crumbs just on his like kind of fancy jacket that he's clearly like not long pulled on. He's just like dusting crumbs off, walks in and just looks at everyone and then says, "Why is nobody drinking?" And just walks straight over to the
whatever. Like the expected monarch or adjacent has just arrived. Is it bow head? Is it like do whatever?
Well, what do you think is the appropriate thing here? Because it's been a while since there has been a king consort. Never mind a king. Like it's generally been queens. This queendom has had. So a very matriarchal line.
Probably like bow head, not doing like full kneel or anything. Just like it's notice there is someone here. Difference.
kind of like as he's like heading straight towards the kind of the drinks kind of cabinet thing, he just waves a hand kind of dismissively at the formality of it all, and kind of chuckles a bit to himself, and then he's clearly still talking as he's doing all this, but it's mostly to himself and finding stuff amusing. So you hear like chuckles and stuff. The guards and stuff close the door. The 2 guards that were outside have now came in, so there's now 4 inside. And it seems more threatening than it's probably intended, but they are blocking the door, the 4 of them. But there are a lot of people in this room now, so that's fair. He kind of finishes muttering away and then like pouring himself a drink, and then he kind of turns round and says, "So you all know why you're here?" I was a lot less Scottish than he should have been, but that's fine.
No.
I'm afraid not, sir.
He kind of like looks you up and down and he goes, I'll let that slide. It's and he clicks his fingers and points at you, Lockhart. He's basically kind of waiting on whatever title he should be referred to as.
Your Grace.
Aye, it's your grace. That's the one. Just takes a big like drink out of his cup.
It's nice to meet you, Grace.
And you, points to Lockhart again.
Vess.
And you, Vess. Nods, proud of himself.
Is he just drinking like solid liquor, or is it
Yes,
wine?
yeah, it's not wine. It's definitely got like a more amberish color to it. Yep.
And it's a big glass.
Yeah.
Riven's taking note of that one. Like,
Mhm.
okay.
He gestures to like the kind of couches that are all arranged to like face into each other. There's a bit of a fire pit that's quite ornate, but doesn't look like it's on. And he just kind of gestures, and then like, he just goes behind one of the big armchair things and just kind of leans on it.
I'm going to make the assumption that Riven's been disarmed before coming in here.
You can make the assumption that nobody got in here armed.
Cool.
Yes, your stuff is just at the other side of those doors, though. Like at no point was it you were stripped to come into the palace. You can take that from a confidence level in the palace guard. You can take that in oversight. Whatever way you wish to take that, you can do so. But yes, only outside this room was your stuff all laid out on like the kind of sideboard kind of table things that were in the hallway. Mostly as a way of reassuring you that you weren't just completely screwed if anything went so bad here. Yeah.
If worse comes to worse, we have a desk.
Yeah, exactly.
You can throw it at someone.
So, basically anything that looks like it was overtly a weapon, I'll use the word overtly very casually there, was removed from your person. And it was asked politely, and you all agreed. Luckily that was off camera.
Yep.
So, we can definitely roll to see who snuck things in if it really comes up, but I don't think it should.
I was tempted, but I won't.
Whether it will come up is a different story.
Yeah.
And I'll just throw out page 4 and 5 of my notes. So, because we won't get there. Okay, so who's...
You're going to get put in sky jail by Riven. She's just going to do that thing people do with puppies and kittens where they hold them so they're just dangling like whelp.
Riven doesn't have enough
Where you go,
hands
Nori.
for the whole party. Like, just whatever they up.
Sky jail for you all.
Yep. So, is anyone taking him up in his gesture to sit, or are people still standing around awkwardly? What's the plan?
Riven
Yeah,
would
definitely
gesture
going
for everyone to take a
down.
seat first. Riven always sits last.
Yeah, Myr'ra will sit down.
Myr'ra will hold up a hand as like I'm fine.
Okay, just King Consort nods.
With no grace at all, I'm gonna just wander over to one of the couches and sit cross-legged with my feet up in the chair, up in
Nice.
the cushions.
Nice. Lockhart.
We'll sit down and I thank you, Your Grace.
Okay, does that wave of his hand to you as if, it's awkward. And then he kind of looks over at you, Riven, and kind of like nods at Myr'ra after, like Mara's like put her hand up. Kind of looks at you as if gestures again.
Riven will sit on a seat on her own because she's hyper aware of how big she is and how much she crushes people if they're on a couch
And
with her.
I'm assuming you were still on your armor because you were never asked to remove that.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, I figured so. So big heavy duty plate armor or something, isn't it, that you're in?
Yes, she's
Yeah.
in full plate.
Yeah. So at no point would you ever like mistake her in the lineup, really. It's okay, I'm the medic. If we kill all of the enemies before you get wounded, I've done my job. Yep.
Precisely.
So
You did not win.
yeah, and that's fair. Yeah, so it looks quite sullen once like most of you have sat down. And kind of looks into like his drink and then like finishes the last kind of like third of it. And then just kind of like looks to sit it down somewhere. As if he's usually expecting someone nearby to like, take it from him, but there's nobody there. And he kind of goes, huh. Kind of finds it quite novel. He goes, it's funny the things you get, it's funny the things you get used to. And I remember he's the extra level of Scottish. And then he kind of just drops it and lets it smash. And just looks at it for like a lingering second. And then goes, huh. And then he just goes and sits on the chair that he was leaning on. Kind of gets himself comfy. You can tell like he's never been in this room before. This definitely is the vibe he's giving off. Like he's getting used to the comfort level of like the trappings of being king consort. He's not shy about hiding any of that either. After like an uncomfortable like maybe 40 odd seconds of him like squelching in the fancy chair, he kind of like as if he remembers yous are all there and goes, so yous have all been hand-picked. I have advisors, you see, and they've suggested that yous are all the people to, well, for this particular investigation. Gestures to Lockhart. You have no particular idea why. He's just gesturing to you.
I think Lockhart will. His Grace's confidence.
He interrupts you. He goes, yes, aye, that's the one. So it's because of the importance of where it's at. So, who knows the town of Loudenhall? And for anyone from a player standpoint, if we pause the game, Loudenhall is where the Queen came from. That's her hometown. Hence why it's called Loudenhall and her first name's Loudon. It got essentially, it's named in like her family's honour, essentially. So the fact that there's something strange happening in her neighbourhood is why yous have all been called. Okay. So yous can decide who does and doesn't know of that place and or its significance. Again, the lore stuff's up to you guys how much you do and don't want to know. But for the sake of this, anyone know Loudenhall? Know of it at least?
I've never met her.
And he kind of cocks his head and goes, you've never met a town?
No.
Fair. So moving on. He's like, just gives you like that kind of like side-eyed, like, what?
Is this the drink or is this them?
Possibly looking between Myr'ra and the drinks cabinet, like, is it now justified I have more? So he goes,
oh no.
well, my new wife, the Queen. And he says that very matter-of-factly. Doesn't exactly want herself to be embarrassed by what's going on at Loudenhall. Now, have any of you heard the rumours so far?
Forgive me, Majesty, I have not. I only arrived within the city recently from overseas.
If Mara's nearby to Riven, she taps your arm, I guess, assuming I can't reach your shoulder, and goes, it's Grace. Her name's Grace.
Forgive me, Myr'ra.
Okay, he's just sat there kind of bemused by the exchange. I think Riven's sitting down as well, so I think Myr'ra could get to her shoulder just. Yeah.
Okay.
Just. What height is Myr'ra?
I just said taller than average, so
like 5'11" for like average women.
We'll just round it out to 5'10".
Yeah, 5'10". Yeah, okay. So yeah, because I think is it 5'5" that's average? I think for women apparently. I think. I'm sure Google has stats on that somewhere that matter, but obviously Riven's way above that glass ceiling.
Yeah. Riven was built for a role and then took it.
Yep. Yeah, so yeah, you could probably reach the shoulder if Riven's actually sat down. And he goes, aye, well, right. Kind of gives you he's losing his train of thought. He's maybe also wondering why Queen Loudon would have picked him for a husband. It's unusual, but you know, here we are. Like normally a royal couple would have been established much younger than this, and Queen Loudon's like maybe like 50 something, like late 40s 50s, and he's like 50s 60s, so yeah, it's odd that she waited so long to choose like a husband, but there's no specific like the way. This is maybe some good lore as well then. She is in charge because her bloodline is a direct descendant from the first wielder of one of the 5 blades at that table. That's why she rules. There is very little else to it than that. She puts her hand out, that blade would go to her hand. It's that level of connection with the first blades. So there's very rarely is there ever a dispute over who should be on the throne, because the sword would say. It's almost like I borrowed this from other things, but luckily that's why Queen Loudon rules. So the husband part doesn't really matter, realistically, other than ideally carrying the line on. So that's why her and mostly her entire like family line have ruled. I'm trying to think what else is important. So yeah, so he sits down, like stares at you a bit blankly. Seems like he was in need of that drink. Is bemused by the assortment of characters in front of him, and then says, "Folks are nae dying," just as if he's finding his own thoughts again. So, for the most part, and Nori, for you as well, you may have heard rumours of this, but hearing it from the King Consort solidifies it to be that bit more disturbing than it probably would have been just as a passing rumour. So yeah. He kind of just stares at everybody to see how they take that news.
It's true then.
He kind of looks at you again and he just nods slowly. He goes, "It's disturbing news. Can't be having that. Unnatural." Shakes his head a bit.
Do we have any information on when this anomaly began?
Kind of like runs a hand through like his beard and kind of goes, "It's hard to say, because by the time people notice this thing, you know, nobody knows when Endy's time's up. So," kind of shakes his head a bit to himself. "We have noticed now, and that's enough, you know."
So it's... Oh, I just wanted to ask, it's not that people are just long-lived? There've been other signs?
Oh, they're not elves. So again, for I guess more lore of this world, you can decide what you did and didn't know, but humans live the standard, what we can imagine. Elves do live longer than most races, but they're not truly immortal in this world, so I'm breaking my own tropes. So elves live a few hundred years. Dwarves live a couple hundred years as well. But again, not as long as elves. Draconics are truly immortal. But the less looking like a dragon you become and the more humanoid you become, the less likely you will be immortal. So a dragonborn, for example, in this world would have probably closer to a human's lifespan. A dragon is probably closer to an immortal. So they're on a sliding scale, no pun intended. Stupid slippery dragons. And demons, it's hard to say. So there you go. You would know, tidbits of this. So yeah, he kind of clears his throat a bit and goes, well, it's a town full of humans and the odd exception, but folks get old. And then worse. He kind of just nods and he very quickly glances to the glass that's broke next to him and looks back at you.
The town being contained in any way?
He gives you a funny look and kind of raises an eyebrow, a big bushy eyebrow that he's got, and he goes, contained?
People going in and out.
Kind of
quarantine, if you will.
You can tell by the way he asked that has not happened. You can just tell, and he kind of goes, what would you have us do? Keep our people under guard? Kind of. Remember, we're trying to handle this subtly, so as to save the Queen embarrassment.
Understand that, Your Majesty, but should you have a trade people going through and say a unfortunate incident happens with a cart, someone should not survive and yet they pop up like a daisy. Not so easy to hide. What I'm asking is what is being done to ensure this information becomes less widespread.
I'm sending you lot.
Okay.
He kind of turns to you, Lockhart, and goes, clicks his fingers a couple of times like he's looking for words, and goes, are you sure these are the right people? Is this the right room?
Assure you, Your Grace, this is exactly the sort of people you want to handle this type of sensitive subject. We want to avoid any inconveniences to the crown. There are resources that need to be spent elsewhere as well.
I'm sure there are. Just nods and then as if turns back to you, Riven, still pointing at Lockhart, as if there you go, that was our answer. It answered none of them, but that's how he feels about the situation. Are you up to the task? He says directly to you, Riven.
Is the task to make these people die, or is the task to figure out
He laughs quite
dying?
it's a kind of proper belly chuckle that he does. He goes, I mean, in a way, it is to make these people die, just not necessarily as suddenly as you may have implied.
We will, well, at least I can speak for myself and say I can try my best.
And I've heard your best is pretty good. I think that's why you work for Countess, and he starts clicking his fingers and pointing at Lockhart again. And then that tells Alexander what the Countess's name is. And then...
Venge.
Venge?
Venge.
Venge.
The Countess Venge, Your Grace.
He kind of nods. Aye. Her. Just kind of nods, proud of himself for knowing how to point at Lockhart.
No, Lockhart.
Bureaucracy, man, that's it. So, he kind of just rubs his chin again with his hand and kind of goes, I mean, are there any questions, or it's a long road, you should probably be getting going.
At this point, Riven just looks at Lockhart and is like, any questions I have, you'll ask. So just... Rachel, just do you have informed us well.
Well, apparently that's something I do well.
We thank Your Grace for the confidence of yourself and Her Majesty. I'm sure we will have this solved in no time.
Well, you've got about 3 weeks, and then, well, it doesn't really matter after that. It just
May I
says
inquire as
Why?
to why the timer?
it's. And he looks quite like shocked and slightly upset by this. Goes, it's Loudon's birthday.
Forgive me, I'm from overseas.
Kind of just nods. I'm sure we all were. Like, he's definitely not. Like,
Celebration.
he's from Dink, but that's.
He has been drinking before he came in this room. He will
Yep.
drink when he meets this room.
And while he's sleeping.
Yep. Yeah, so essentially it's the Queen's birthday in 3 weeks' time.
Happy they're dead!
Yep.
Everyone wants their birthday.
Yep. To make sure your hometown continue to die in a natural pace. Does anybody have any questions for him at this point?
I'm going to flippantly say, does this mean the Queen, Her Majesty, your good lady, as she's from this village, will live forever?
Kind of reason eyebrow. I mean, if you're trying to imply that she's aged, and he gives you like a sly look as if he's definitely baiting you.
Oh, Her Majesty could never age. I understand that, but
He slaps his knee and goes, "Very well said, very well said." He kind of just feels like he's answered your question. Like,
okay, we're getting.
I think the impression you all get is he was eating something and was told you have to go speak to people, and he got like the time it took to get in this room as prep time. That's definitely the impression you are getting from poor old King Consort Dugal. Like, well, if there's nothing more, he kind of claps his hands and stands up. Looks at the broken glass, goes, "It's okay, somebody will clean that," and then just heads towards the doors, and the guards all like very uniformly step to the side. The doors get opened. He kind of like turns in the doorway and goes, "If there is anything, keep it quiet. We can't be having no collateral, not in her hometown." Just nods, like worriedly to himself, and just like points absent-mindedly a couple of times towards Lockhart, and then just walks away. And the guards, like the two follow him, and then the two stay, and the doors closed again, and they just take up their spaces either side of the two doors inside the room. These are now left alone again.
Lockhart will stand up as soon as
Yep.
His Grace stood up as well, just to like mirror that and just nod when he leaves.
Yep.
Riven would have done that as well. Riven knows how to treat hierarchy.
Okay, so you have a quest of sorts from a completely informed King Consort.
Myr'ra, you are sputtering vowels but not making words. What do you need to say?
That was a lot. I'm going to look at Lockhart. Did you know some of that? You seem to know more of what was going on, or maybe
I had
you-
inclinations, and I've had feelings of similar nature, but to have it laid so bare will be an interesting 3 weeks. Just like making a note of like the exact time and date for right now, and like working out how many hours like it got left. Yay!
Well, I shall say it. Well, I'll ask it. Bets? What do we think it is?
Now, Nat, you know I'll have to change the channel settings to gambling.
And Riven distinctly does put her hand in her pocket and pulls out like a couple of gold coins and starts like shifting them together against each other. What do we think?
I like our chances.
I'm not asking about our chances, dear Myr'ra. I'm asking about the cause. What do we think this is? Curse, superstition, disease.
Water of life.
I love the flip side of those answers as well. That's so good. Like,
Uh,
you know.
Riven is distinctly taking note of how you are answering.
I've never heard of a disease that doesn't kill someone.
I mean, the horrendous disease.
I'm also interested if it isn't just people not dying of old age, but not dying of anything.
That
That's
is
alarming.
indeed something.
The more astute of you in the conversation, whoever that may be, will definitely know that subtext was in the conversation the King Consort had. Because when I think it was you, Hannah, as Myr'ra.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
Yeah, like, because
Yeah.
that's why he looked at the broken glass, implying, no, people definitely should have died. Like, yeah. But you just can decide who picked up on that and who didn't.
I am well versed in death. This is what I do. I do not deny this. But
I did also think, Riven, sorry,
no,
that your
speak,
point, it would be very interesting to know whether it is the location of the town or people from the town. Because if someone has come and left and still not died, or if someone has left and then died because it's the town.
these are things to look at.
Think,
But forgive me for asking. I know my stomach can withstand plenty. I am responsible for spilling many, many people's blood. How would we all fare?
One of the guards
such
clears his
sights?
throat, by the way. like a gulp. Just in response to
Sorry.
that, like they've shuffled uncomfortably at that.
Sorry, I didn't catch your question, Riven.
Basically, how well would you cope with seeing bodies in bad states? And still being animated about it?
Haven't lived in
I
the
don't have the stomach for it.
having lived on the streets, death to my level of people is nothing new.
I've seen much outside my books, even though I normally prefer them. I'm no stranger to injury.
Self-inflicted?
You will notice
Gravity.
there's a various cuts and she's definitely see one elbow slightly bandaged.
Lockheart. Friend.
The mutilation that's caused to society by the pen, I think, makes the gore of fields pale in comparison. But sometimes things have to go a little bit more personal. I don't think we'll have too much of a problem having to determine the exact effects of this, whether, as you say, it is location-based, time-based. There's much study to be done.
Forever the poet. But concise at least.
Mr. Lockhart, sorry to be the one that brings this up, but is there any recompense for our duties here? Have you been informed of anything?
All of your
Or-
arrangements were made off screen. You've all agreed for something. And it would be impolite to discuss such a thing in company. So if Nori had something in mind, that's definitely probably likely to have happened within reason. But that would have definitely been whatever handler you dealt with and yourselves, because it definitely wasn't Douglas DeGal that negotiated anything with you guys.
That man doesn't know when he is.
Okay.
But yeah, for example, if Nori was looking for some particular slate that may or may not be clean, could have been arranged.
Yes, I'm now out of Her Majesty's care and attention.
In her employ now, briefly, as it may be.
I have been promoted for a short period. Yes. I understand.
Yep.
Every hierarchy needs a spy. New employment ventures.
Yes, exactly. Whether I like it or not.
Mhm.
Well,
Is there anything anyone needs to gather, or shall we depart post haste?
do you want me to carry that bag? It looks like it's twice your weight.
It does look big. She's carrying it with ease.
I think Riven's more
Someone-
looking at it because she's like, and it's constantly disbalancing you. It's like, that's why you keep falling over. It's like, wee.
It's actually, that's what balance is.
I
Man.
know.
Yeah.
You know.
Systematically assuming otherwise.
Yeah, it's offsetting her natural clumsiness.
I think at that point, probably Riven notices like the bottom of the backpack's like a wee cushion stitched in, so when she falls on her ass,
Is
she
this-
lands on the cushion.
Is this probably a good time for everybody to say their descriptor, I guess? Because I know some people have said theirs so far, but obviously in the Cypher system, there's the system we're using, not that you can tell so far, but everybody has a descriptor that summarizes your, characters. Do you just want to share that information just now? Alexander, do you want to go first for Lockhart?
So that's Lockheart Dourf is an empathetic speaker who interprets the law.
Yeah. And then let's just go down the line.
Myr'ra Vess is a mysterious adept who shepherds spirits.
Myr'ra Pentergast is a clumsy adept who would rather be reading.
Nori Nediam is a stealthy explorer who likes to infiltrate.
And Riven is a tough warrior who rages.
So these are very nice character summaries. Right, so yeah, Myr'ra, I will get these right, not Mara, Myr'ra, hit the nail on the head with travelling. If you were to walk to Loudenhall, it would be give or take 2 weeks, depending on how well you travel. So that should now highlight why her birthday being in 3 weeks is maybe important. Because by the time you get there, you'll have a week to solve this problem and report back. Keep in mind, reporting back doesn't mean you need to physically come back here, but to obviously get whatever you've agreed on, your payment as it were, you will need to come back and meet Douglas DeGal again, since he is your point of contact. And you can tell how important this is to the crown, given that he wears one. So, big deal. There are many other ways to travel. Yes, that's only if you walk. There are many other ways to travel. The spiel earlier was not just for, kindness. So yes. How would you like to travel? Does anyone have a default method of travel they would suggest?
I mean, I think Riven has a horse, but if she brought it overseas with her, she doesn't know.
I was going to say, if it's not on your character sheet, you not got it. Nope.
I left.
It quickly
left
types
old
in
Sturdy
horse.
back home. Horse.
And horse friends. Train, yeah. Sadly, all steam-powered things are also governed by the Fae, so they're also a risk.
We'll just turn it all into iron. I heard that they don't like iron.
They definitely don't. Whether or not that's true in this world, though, is a different story. But yeah, I'd like to kind of reiterate as well, like when you mentioned gold coins, like silver coins are still fully used in currency. Like one of the holdovers from the war with the Fae, one of the agreements, the kind of the ceasefire as it was, the cessation of war, was that the silver coins would be in currency, so nobody would ever be able to forget that Fae are a part of the world, even though they're not a part of the world, they're from the other world. Anyway, so silver coins are a constant reminder that Fae exist, because that was kind of their way of appeasing the Fae. Like, their egos enjoyed that, Like, you'll always be remembered by everybody here, because we could not possibly forget that yous are always a threat. So yeah. if people go mad, they've met the Fae. Things like that get said. Do you know what I mean? Like, whether it's true or not, it's a different story, but it's an easy excuse. So, travel options. All the standard options apply, like walking, like... You could take a boat there, but it would be awkward, so there's probably no point. In terms of the way the landmass of this world that I definitely don't have a map for is laid out. So, boating could be done, but there would be many stops on the way. And if you chartered a boat straight there, it would be suspicious. So...
Are there any like trade routes that go towards there that we could like
I mean, I get
get on and then jump off?
There are roads that go there for trade. There are, as I said, boat routes don't really go because of where it's at. Like, you'd have to get a boat so far and then go through rivers to get there. So it's not landlocked, but it's as good as. As I say, that's why there's no main harbour or anything in Loudenhall. But as I said, it's about, 2 weeks walking, and an adventuring type might get there quicker, granted, because, maybe they won't stop as much, they'll push themselves more, they're not as worried about bandits on the way, but it's not necessarily a safe route to just walk, either. You could get horses, there's carts and stuff, and caravans that travel, but generally they are guarded, and thus, again, maybe too high profile. The problem you guys have is you can't really do too much overtly. And looking at your stations, use all, well, with exception to some, like Lockheart looks like a bureaucrat. Riven's armor probably does represent the crest of her countess. Like, the Arcanatrix logo will be somewhere, I'm sure, on Myr'ra's outfit. The Arcanatrix is like the magic school, if you will, or an institute, if you will, the magic university. Yeah, like Nori, probably not an issue, and Myr'ra, just talk to somebody for 2 seconds and they'll leave you alone. So, like, so user probably, yeah, user probably like less noticeable generally. Again, Lockheart, depending on how many people you speak to. Yeah, so that's, I guess, the status quo so far. You could probably get there instantaneously, or never, if you use a Fae way. If anyone has any dealings with the Fae, or if a Fae owes them a favour. Yeah. The pun is deliberate there, though. That's fine. Anyone know any demons?
Lockhart doesn't have any way to help that, but I do think that is the way we go.
Okay.
Anyways.
It would buy you the most time in the town. And remember, I will reiterate, I'm using the word town, not village. Loudenhall's big. It's not city big, but it's big.
I wouldn't have any other ways rather than foot or sneaking on a caravan or trade vehicle of some sort.
Acquiring a horse totally legally.
Yeah.
Like...
As long as you
Yeah.
don't get caught and you get there.
I will put you in air jail. You will live in air jail.
Yeah, horse riding. I could probably manage. I have no links to the Fae.
Oh, yeah.
Unless Riven picked a fight with a demon and or Fae and won or got a draw and then got a deal out of that, the answer's no.
I think for the purposes of this game, if it's not on your sheet, yep, didn't happen. It's not to say it can't happen, but yeah.
Well, Riven definitely wants to fight against a demon.
There is a risk-reward situation going on here, of course. Yes. Keep in mind that a citizen can apply. A demon can apply for citizenship in Denk. So that is a thing. Fae cannot. So yes, remember that demons are treated a lot more like just a standard race you could pick in a D&D game, rather than what they are in said D&D. So
the obvious answer then is we have to find a horse and cart going in that direction.
Or
Or-
purchase horses, or if perhaps they could be purchased for us or given to us on behalf of the crown would be nice.
So where would the problem with that be? It's a
Our
bit.
source just left.
Obvious.
It's a bit too public if the crown paid for horses. Sadly. Yeah.
If you give me enough time, I could, out of character, I can probably find a way to contact the Fae. I don't have any deals with the Fae or anything like that, so 50-50 if we get there. But if that's the way we want to go, I think I could find a way to get into contact with the Fae.
I don't think Riven's convinced you that you know what you're in contact with 80% of the time. I don't think she actively wants you talking.
It's is that what she's always talking
Correct.
to?
What are they talking to? Don't worry about it.
As I said,
Better it is.
if you go by horse, you might get there by like a week, give or take. Again, depending on what happens on the road. And by foot, it's 2 weeks. So it still gives you a full week to do stuff there. And remember, reporting back that everything's okay can be done much quicker as long as you don't physically need to go there. So while you need to get paid, giving the all clear can still be done within 3 weeks if you've walked there. There was no, that is still a viable option. I designed it so you could do that option. You aren't forced into stealing horses or a boat or, inventing flight.
Okay.
Idea. Pick a caravan that's not going directly past there, get one that's going to go halfway and then maybe veer off another direction, get off and walk the rest of the way. So it's they got off in the ass end of nowhere and we walk the rest of the way to maybe curb off a little bit of time.
So that would actually take longer. Because if user traveling, the only thing is you'll be in a better condition if you don't walk, right? If you're in a caravan, that will go slow and safe. But
I wonder if getting our own horses through whatever means.
Fae horses.
I feel like enough of us maybe work for people that we could be can I borrow the company horse?
I wonder if any of my contacts would have anything that they may want delivered in that direction.
You ship you all there in a box.
Sure, Countess Venge probably sent some horses as a gift to the Queen at some point, and I'm yo, can we use them?
So again, though, the problem with that though is they would be royal stock horses.
But they're my
But
nothing
what
to
if
do with
they're-
the Queen.
Yeah, what if it's nothing to do with the Queen, but it's still royal? What if, say, there needs
So
to be
in the Queendom of
uh,
Denk, that's a really hard sell, because branding's everything. Because it has been whatever her family name is that I haven't got. Her lineage has been strong.
But it's it's the Queen's birthday coming up.
Of course.
And inspections need to be made over in Loudon Hall, and there's got to be a few people going out a little bit early just to make sure that all the bunting's in the right place.
So you want to pose incognito as an official
right
inspection?
Yeah.
I mean,
no, as in-
I mean, it could work.
obviously, once we get there, it doesn't matter so much. It's just throwing off the people that see us leave, and that we may talk to on the way. Be like, oh yeah, we're just going to Loudon Hall. Yeah, of course we have to. I'm with the bureaucracy. Have you seen this person with from Countess Venga? She needs to make sure that all
It's
the
Lockhart, a stage
there's
magician in his
buttons
spare
or sword.
time. Just don't look at what this hand's doing. It's all this hand. Yeah.
I mean, when you know the law, you know how to.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah, I was
Take
gonna
it.
say we have two people that know the law and know how to get about it. One just knows where the loops are, and the other one knows how to
Right.
fucking just dodge it.
This part's totally open for you to decide what you want to do is the best way forward. So you tell me what you want to do, and we'll do that.
Okay, how about trying to keep it simple? Mr. Lockhart, with the aid of Myr'ra, are delivering invitations to the remainder of the Queen's family. And we're the escort.
I
can
mean-
forge some invitations.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
Lockhart.
Lockheart. Nobody panic.
So, the Queen does not have many of her blood family left, and they all live in Dinkmark in the palace.
Oh,
Her
okay.
family estate is in fact under guard and empty in Loudenhall.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay, no, that
We-
that
There
we're
also
going-
there has been a political hang-up where her popularity took a mini dip where she didn't reassign the land and building because it's not being used, and there was a petition from the mayor to repurpose it into something useful like a school or a brothel.
No difference.
Useful. So, yeah,
Oh.
yeah, and that was shot down by the Queen. Preservation of history, I believe, was the reason.
then again, I feel like we can work with that.
Mhm,
Going
mhm.
to run inventory on the estate,
Mhm.
particularly because I think there may be some artifacts from the Countess Veng, who wants to make sure that it's still there.
That gift that I gave you, you didn't re-gift it, did you?
Did you? We have somebody who's well versed in their archives, so who should know that
Yeah.
everything's there.
Value
We-
that.
We have someone who can talk to the walls and make sure all the spirits can tell us that no one's been inside, and we have someone that can get into the walls where no one else can fit, and I'm there as muscle for anyone who just wants
Or you
to be
can
an
get
asshole.
through the walls, that's your job.
I don't do walls, I do doors. They just are me shaped.
We're actually the perfect team. That was a real question.
But yeah, I can certainly say like that's something,
Okay, new one shot, right? Go
notice
take inventory.
intention, our birthday's coming up. Checking inventory. She may or may not be touring. Nobody knows these things. We just make sure all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed.
All the eyes are
we're
looking
just
the
one
other
of-
way. Yep.
And we're one of multiple different teams doing things.
Okay, so it sounds like you've got a reason. Now, how are you travelling?
Horse.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
we're just
The Royal
just
Stables would support that.
we're just gonna go tell a Fae all this story and get them to decide if it's bullshit or
Go
not.
off the sympathy route.
Yeah.
Oh, word.
Find a Fae and say, look, we will get us to that estate, and we will put mirrors in random places in that estate for you. I tell no one. So you can play all the pranks you want.
Just hide some mirrors and some walls. Yeah.
I know. That's a very unusual stained glass window. It looks like me. Oh, jeez.
Whoopsie, Fae. Hide some mirrors under rugs and stuff. People just fall through them occasionally. It's fine. Okay.
This is not what Riven would do. This is a very different character that's slowly coming to the surface.
Keep in mind, if
Go
this
away.
if this system's popular enough amongst a player base, it could be a campaign, and that could be a character you make. Who knows?
Definitely not a Fae telling you to do things for the Fae. Smile. Go on,
Definitely
D.
not a fit.
Go on,
Yep.
D.
So, anyway, back
This is the
to
flip side of Riven touching her Grace's alcohol.
yep. Mhm.
And this is why she doesn't drink.
Riven does not drink. Would you
So-
like to stop the 7'6" thing that's got too much alcohol in it? It's like a rhino. Right, so
Yes,
I
back
say
on
horse
track.
and cart if we can.
Horses.
If Lockhart's idea is great, I think personally, and if we can get nondescript cart with some horses, but it is under the guise of teams are getting sent out to major areas to do with the Queen. Her birthday's coming up. We want to make sure everything's okay. Don't want any nasty surprises to do with her homeland or any big places in her life for her birthday. Because she might visit them, but we don't know. We're not privy to that information. It's suddenly getting so dark. What the
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking the same thing.
fuck? Descending into darkness.
Whereas I'm staring
Right.
at the sun.
Oh.
That's because you've got the entirety of, MI5 in front of me, just like all the screens, every FBI agent, what they look at.
The amount of windows open is insane. I forgot what running a game was like for the first time. Okay, so important things then. Who is going to acquire the transport and from where? So that looks like you're pointing to Hannah for me, by the way.
No!
Okay, there you go.
Acquire
I
or
can try.
request.
Lockhart knows things better than we do.
Yeah, I feel like
Also, this
Lockhart
wasn't stated by, this wasn't stated by, like, King Consort Dugal, but Lockhart is in charge of you all. That just wasn't said by him. I think only
A lot
Lockhart
of things
probably
were not
knows
said
that.
by him.
Like, only Lockhart knows that. Whether or not Lockhart's brave enough to tell the rest of you that's up to Alexander, but he is mission leader, as it were.
I think Riven, with knowing Lockhart, would know that if he's here, he's probably the chaperone.
That's safe to say.
you never say you're the one telling other people to go and to their death.
Or to their
Every
not death.
day.
Or to know.
A disappointing lack
It
of
would be
death.
painful. But yeah, I think Lockhart can go. I'm just trying to debate do either to someone official and blag our way through that, or to someone unofficial and blag our way through that.
Okay, I'll give you some help with this then, okay? When you fail the roll, which one do you want to go badly? I'm saying this on the assumption that it failed, not that it will. So do you want the official one to go badly or the unofficial one to go badly? What's easier to recover from is the way I would start looking at it.
Unofficial one.
So you tell me if that's something that Lockhart would consider, because that's the way I would look at when you have these options in an RP scenario, going, what one can we recover from if it goes badly? When you're not in goblin mode, that is, of course, and you just want to see what the fuck happens.
Lockhart would be more embarrassed if it failed to an official, whereas to someone that's unofficial can then just like try and blackmail them to never tell anyone away.
Fair.
So I guess we're going to maybe somewhere else but we're still going to be using legalese to try and bamboozle them into giving us horses.
Okay.
It will be returned to them. No, I'm borrowing, I'm not taking.
Yeah. Or they're being
Potentially
requisitioned.
accidentally immortal.
So there's a good question then, okay? Not the accidentally immortal horses part, but that's... we could get there. We'll get there. How are you going to pay for them? You said requisition, so are you claiming them in the name of the crown and putting down an official writ that says you did this?
That was my plan.
Okay.
Now, essentially, Lockhart, like, and looking more mechanically, like, one of my items is things like legal textbook. Do you even have a signet ring to make documents and things? And
yeah, it's well within Lockhart's abilities to like go to someone and say, this has now been requisitioned by the crown, here is your official statement receipt that says as such, and goodbye. And then it's up to them to decide to agree to that or be arrested. So, yeah.
And knowledge, let's say, like, I interpret the law and I have good knowledge of the law. Would that be a thing to say? I don't know quite the system yet well enough, but is that something you can try and figure out a way to legally have it through the law? Like,
you wouldn't.
By law.
As I said, like your character definitely has been built around knowing the law. Yeah, like you could just write up a document for that because of your position within, like, the hierarchy. You're high enough up in its bureaucracy to just stay in a document, officially stamp it. You wouldn't need someone's approval above you to do that, unless it was a really obscure order that then got audited. But let's not get into auditing reports. Not yet. It's not that kind of roleplay. So, but it would be an official thing in a record somewhere that this happened. That's the only downside of that.
Yeah, I think we. Then I think we go somewhere official. So my plan is we go somewhere, go to the stables, we requisition, and then knowledge of the internal inertia or lack thereof in the administration, that it'll take at least 3 weeks for it to get anywhere.
Well, see if you're going to someone
Well,
unofficial. I'm going to say this just now, though, Alexander. Like, if Lockhart writes up the official requisition horses for all of you from a random person in town, that will still go through all the official channels just the same way. It's just not you asking an official to get you horses. So that's where the difference is. Your paperwork's still going to take however long to go through the system. It's just, are you looping in someone high up the tree or not? Really is the difference for me, at least mechanically. I don't know if there's a difference in your eyes, but...
Would somebody that far up the tree know why we would have been doing that, though? Like, would you...
You get the impression that you wouldn't have met with a king consort if anybody else knew.
Maybe it goes by those poor guys.
We do know the archivist who could conveniently lose a record or two.
Yeah.
Oh
There
no,
you
I
go.
spilled wine on it.
Oh,
Or it
Also,
has to go.
We can requisition horses and not tell them what it's for. We just say we need some horses. We don't have to mention Loudenhall. Like when you rent a car, you don't tell them where you're going. You just go, I need these for business.
Bring it back full of petrol, so we'll just get the horses a new set
Yeah.
of hooves, and if we get a cart, we get some new wheels.
Maybe immortal horses. Like...
Maybe a more
Potentially, aye.
Okay.
We
So...
need to take insurance out on horses.
Yep.
Who's the named driver?
I vote a cart, like as few horses as possible, and a cart rather than 5 horses.
Remember, a cart will be slower than horses, though.
But how much slower?
Like, enough to almost make it not really worth getting a cart. Like, what do you want to put in the cart?
Us.
Fair. I mean, you can also just requisition, like, camping gear as well. That wouldn't be that hard to do either. Do you know what I mean? It's like less...
I'm thinking
But
more
then
it's
I
easier to feed like 2 horses than it is to feed 5.
I mean, fair.
You can graze them.
And if Myr'ra's as clumsy as being made out, how long would she be on a horse without falling off?
Another thought, but also I don't
We
think
get to find
Riven doesn't want the horses eating 5 horses eating the grass of a place, which I think one of the first things Riven might test when they get there is pull a fucking flower up and see how quickly it grows back, or if it doesn't die after a few days in her hand. Don't want horses eating that.
immortal horses.
I appreciate that the bureaucracy is seemingly as difficult as dealing with the Fae.
Yep. They all have their
Dealing with
problems.
the Fae has a small chance that you'll be turned into jam.
I will say that...
Oh, you should see what the bureaucracy will do to you.
I will say that nobody should willingly enter into a deal with the Fae.
Okay, well, I think we go to the stable master and we start.
Right, so you want to do it through official then, still?
I think
Or
so, yeah.
unofficial? Okay, cool.
Keep it in system.
Right.
And our dear, sweet, beloved Myr'ra will deal with that later on when that is her death.
When we come back, I'll lose that bit of paper.
So, we're going to have our first roll of the game.
Ooh.
Yes. So, some context about rolling in this, right? You've got your 3 stats. You've got might, speed, and intellect. How the game's divvied up. You've then got skills you've been trained in. If you don't have the skill on your character sheet, you're not trained in it. It's pretty simple. You're rolling a d20 for these skill checks, and it's compared to the difficulty. The difficulty is 3 times the level of the problem. So if it's a level 5 problem, you need to roll a 15 or higher to pass that check. It's pretty much how most of the game works, which is why I'm eager to playtest this. On top of that, you have a thing called effort, you've got a thing called edge, effort lets you spend your resource pools, which is like your might, your speed, your intellect, in making things easier. Everyone at level 1, I believe, currently has an effort level of 1, so you can only do it once on an action. Okay, so for example, Lockheart could use effort to make this particular task eased by 1 step, meaning if it was a 5, it would go to a 4, and thus it would be a 12 that you need, not 15. So this is why I like this system, because you as a player can decide how important a roll is to pass. So like if it was a different system, you might only have whatever your skill number is, but you might be like, oh, I really want to pass this, but you've got no other way of affecting the roll other than what your character sheet's built to do. But it might be important to your character. This system acknowledges that, so you could spend all of your effort and all of your points on one roll you're not skilled in, because in that moment it's super important for your character to like put their all into it. It still might not go your way, but it's a way of reflecting like what your character gives a shit about, basically. So I'm quite excited about that. If you have a relevant skill, if it is, I believe it's trained and specialized are the 2 levels. So you've got, I think it's, I can't remember, it's untrained or practiced, I think that's the 2 terms, and that means you're at a flat level. And then trained means you get to ease things once relevant to the skill, any task relevant to the skill. So if it was climbing and you had climbing as a skill, you could ease it once. If you're specialized, you ease it twice, and that's how difficulties work. If the opposite happens, you can also be hindered, and that puts the difficulty up by 1. These things can stack from different sources. So, for example, if you're trying to climb in the rain and also you're being shot at by arrows, and I don't know, like you've got Myr'ra hanging off your back and she refuses to let go of her desk, like these things may stack, and you might be hindered 3 or 4 times, depending on everything that's contributing to the problem. But that doesn't negate the fact that you've also got things easing it. So you work out your maths, work out, okay, so my specialization in this climbing gets rid of 2 of those problems, so I'm only hindered twice. This is kind of how the system works. You could then use effort to try and reduce that as well. So I know that's a bit heavy going, but I feel like it needed to be said at some point on the recording, so somebody has a clue what's going on. It's not us yet. So this role, I'll tell you a bit of context about the role you're going to make, is essentially how well you deal with this entire filing situation and requisition situation. It's not about getting the horses, that part is well within the scope of your character, that's not a problem at all. It's doing it in a way that attracts the least attention is the role here. So the outcomes are, does it go unnoticed for the specified amount of time you'd ideally like it to go unnoticed for? Like maybe you could get back in time to deal with the paperwork and lose it. It wouldn't even have to go to the Arcanatrix, which is the magical department, which is a totally different section of the city. But you could fail that, and it might get noticed early, which may have consequences down the line, may have consequences immediately, but we'll get to that. So you tell me, do you have something relevant to the situation?
I believe so. So,
Okay.
oh, no.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I can
I
have a look at that.
knowledge of the law, which
Okay.
I'm trained in the law of the land. But I also then have opening statement, which no, that doesn't much. Yeah. So I'm trained in tasks relating to persuasion, deception, and detecting falsehoods of others.
Okay.
So I feel like between those, is that something? Would that make me trained?
So, how are you wanting to approach this? Because I've given you some background to the situation, just to give you a bit more context, because we're learning a new system. I won't always be leading with as much on my side. You tell me how you want to approach this. We know that you need to acquire horses, that part doesn't matter. Mostly, how, like, are you lying in any of the paperwork? Like, deception...
I gotta hit the bathroom real quick.
No worries. No worries. So, are you trying to mislead people with this paperwork, or are you just trying to legalese the system? Because those would be different, right? So I think the trained in persuasion, deception, etc. would maybe be good if you were trying to negotiate for these horses, right? Or if you were lying about why you got them after the fact. the knowledge of the law is maybe what you're leaning on at the moment to try and file this in a certain way that means it's going to take a long time before anybody notices this. But that
Using the word redacted in the paper, so they're like, "Oh, you're not privy to this. It needs to go up through 8 levels of people till they know what this is about."
Douglas the guy was like, "Who else is higher? Like, why can't I read this?" So yeah, I don't know why he had
I'm
that.
going to pull you back.
No worries.
So
you'd be trained in this particular task. That's true.
Trained in it.
Yep.
So then, to use my effort as well, just to make it easier, because I think this is something I would like to make sure.
Yep. So, do you know how to use effort?
No.
That's okay. So, to use effort, let us see. I will also set a difficulty for this in a second. Let's see. I believe you spend 3 of your, it'll be intellect for this for obvious reasons. It's an intellect based task rather than a speed or might task. And yes, it'll be 3 points for your intellect. Is your edge in intellect or is it speed or might?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so edge, where is it, sorry?
It is intellect.
Perfect. So that is a discount which applies to anything within that. So for example, if it would cost you 3 points of intellect to buy your level of effort, it's only going to cost you 2 because you're getting a discount, okay? From your edge. That makes sense? We're using a lot of terms here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I spend 2 intellect.
Yep, so technically you're spending 3 to buy 1 level of effort, but it is discounted by your intellect edge of 1. And then give me a second, I will work out our difficulty for this 2 moments. Where did this sheet go? Okay, so I would say this is... I'm going to set this at difficult, because difficult's little blurb, which difficult is 4. I know difficult was the worst word there to pick there, because it's routine, simple, standard, demanding, difficult, challenging, intimidating, formidable, heroic, immortal, and impossible are the difficulty levels there. That's 0 to 10, that is. So, level 4 difficulty, which is difficult, which is a target number of 12, and it says trained people have a 50-50 chance to succeed, which I feel is fair for the level of like shenanigans you're trying to do. If you're spending a level of effort, that does knock it down to a difficulty 3. And if you're trained, like your knowledge of the law, that knocks it down to a difficulty 2, which is standard difficulty, which is a target number of 6. We're doing much better. So, do you know how to deal with the dice foo on Roll20?
Do you want me to roll a d20 or is
No, should be built into your character. So, see where your skills are?
Yep.
Okay, there should be a wee dice there somewhere. Let me just open up your character sheet, because...
It'll be on the left.
It's on the left-hand side.
Yep.
Excuse us.
That's good. It should come up with
To roll.
requirements.
I don't know if that was the right way to do it, but
It says success.
Well, let's have a look at it, right? So, it says difficulty 2, which is in fact what it was against, because it was a 4. Your training brings it down to a 3, and your effort brings it down to a 2. Okay?
Right.
Does that make sense?
So then I probably have done it wrong, because then the effort is that pushed it down to a 1 instead of pushing it down to a 2.
Well, it says at the top, difficulty 2, TN6. That's what it should say.
I think it says effort -1 though.
Yeah, but like...
That's taking 1 away from the effort.
But we know that the roll's a 12.
Oh yeah.
Right? And a 12 would have bet the initial difficulty, because it tells us that too. Which doesn't matter that she never put that into Roll20, it's all there.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you want to roll again with the right numbers put in, but we have the numbers we need to move forward, which is
We move
fine.
on.
W! Take the W!
Okay.
So do I reduce my intellect by 2?
Yes, right. So your intellect will now go down by 2, because you spent 2 points of it to make that an easier task. Now, for people that weren't here for that, Alexander used his effort, which he has 1 level of he can use on any task. You will level that number up as you go through the game, and you'll be able to make things easier. But by using a level of effort, it makes the task 1 step easier. Because Alexander's edge is in intellect-based tasks, that means instead of it costing him 3 intellect points, it only cost him 2, which was nice, because that's kind of what his character is all about, is doing intellect-based things. So, he also used his knowledge of the legal system, knowledge of the law, to bring the task down again. So it started at 4, effort brings it down 1, skill itself brings it down another 1, so the difficulty 4 became difficulty 2. And you rolled a 12, which would have passed all of them anyway, which is excellent, because this is what you do. So you are pretty confident that your legalese is going to give you basically the exact number of hours that you had worked out in the previous, scene. You know exactly how to file this because it'll hit certain people on certain shifts that take a certain amount of time to get you paperwork because of their routines that you've all logged away in your analytical mind. Well done. First roll was a success.
Do I hold on to
Ever.
my effort, or do I lose that?
No, that's per task.
Yeah, that's
So-
what I thought.
Effort is just a thing you can do. It's how many times you can apply it on a task is the limit.
I see.
Okay, but it's a good question to ask. It's not an expended resource, it's a resource you have to pay for, and the effort level is the limit you can buy per task. As far as I'm aware, until someone contradicts me with the rules. And yes, you
And
didn't
we
have to
got a
explain.
win, we're not going to argue.
Yeah, exactly, right. But I just more mean if somebody actually knows the actual rules inside out and we're getting it all wrong, fuck it. We'll deal with that in post. So, you have acquired horses. We are doing well. Okay, I take it you gather the necessary gear to survive a trip that will take about a week on horses. And any business before you leave Denkmark?
Yeah, I would probably just if it's possible, head to the office and just be any files I've got on Loudon Hall and statistical accounts, population size, anything like that that can be quickly just collated.
Okay, you ask for that while you're obviously filing your other paperwork. The person comes back and says you don't have clearance for Loudon Hall's census information.
When that happens, I probably give me yes, I understand.
So
Internal, damn it.
but
try to pass
you
it off.
should know that you have access to that. If you asked about any town, that shouldn't be something that is hidden in any way. But for some reason, this one is.
Us.
But yeah, I do want just to play it cool on that and be of course, of course, that's
Just testing your admin powers there, attendee to the records. Yep.
Lockhart, would you know where these documents would be stored in here, and do you really want them?
It's a fair question.
Yeah.
And it's currently
I-
counting all the people going to need to wrestle to slot.
Riven's rage
I-
meter filling.
Just I can get most of them.
taking just out of earshot of anyone else,
Mhm.
not the group, but the admin people.
Yep.
Would then I guess I assume Lockhart would know where that sort of thing is.
I mean, the records are just kept in like the record room within whatever like bureaucratic building that lives in. Like, yeah, it's probably some like lower part of like the palace, maybe like a government building attached to the palace or something. Basically, like not far from your office, probably. So, yeah.
And would probably try to give as much specific information as possible. But
So
also,
I'll give you more on that as well. Then, like, you would know that you, if you knew the record you were looking for, could walk in and take it off the shelf. Like asking for it was just you showing your authority and like getting someone to go grab it for you. And that's when you met the message of you don't have
I
clearance
feel
for
like if they're saying I don't have permission for it, I feel like if we go to that place, the records probably won't be there.
that. You definitely feel that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Then I think be like, no, it is a worthy suggestion, Nori, but yeah, I think this is another layer of the mystery that we shall be uncovering in the next few weeks.
In the campaign.
Right.
One shot campaign.
Lie in Loudon Hills, where we shall find those answers.
I bow to your knowledge.
I mean, realistically, they'll have
Great.
records there as well, right? They'd have a copy of the records in Loudonhall. So,
Here or there, I'm sure I could find them for you.
If it is as important as it sounds, dear Nori, then maybe I'll be in the Queen's bedroom. And unless invited, I would not go there.
Don't tempt him! Don't tempt him!
Nori's palms are sweaty.
You have been in this palace in a very particular room. Let us not send you back there, yes?
Okay.
I promise I will avert my eyes next time your fingers are feeling sticky. But here, can we at least get to the next town?
What room?
We don't know, dear Myr'ra. That is the mystery. I am placing bets on the Queen's bedroom. You seem scandalized by that.
That's an amazing word, by the way. Scandalized is so good.
I imagine it's very comfortable to sleep in.
There's probably worse places.
I'm terribly jealous, Nori.
I did not say I'd been there.
You did not say
You didn't need to.
Well, nothing on the same wavelength, just a very
These horses are getting awfully hungry.
Right. We have enough food and things to survive this journey. I'm taking the biggest horse, by the way, if that isn't the most obvious thing in the world to say.
I think we're giving you the biggest horse.
I would hope so. You
That seems-
imagine. People can be stupid.
You want a Shetland pony?
I mean, I could carry it if it would have done it before.
Oh.
So, any other business before you leave Denkmark?
Are we still in the that room?
No, you've been moving around to like gather your supplies and
Still in
stuff.
Lockhart's office, and his Lockhart's went because Myr'ra looks like they're up to something.
I think you all went and gathered what you needed to from the places of Denkmark supplies or whatever you needed, which is all obviously on your character sheets, nicely done. And then Lockhart went and acquired horses officially and paperwork filed it away awkwardly so that it takes a while for that to flag up to anyone. And then you all kind of reconvened, I guess, near his office or in his office as a meeting point for departure. So, hold your peace now if you have nothing else you wanted to have done in the city. But this was your opportunity to tell me.
I said goodbye to all the bodies.
Okay, yep.
Good, good.
I. Oh,
And you, Hannah?
The bodies might be saying hello to you soon.
I would have left a note with the Arcana tricks, just saying I might be in need of research, but I will let them know.
Okay, yep.
I have a way to reach out over long distance. But I also feel starting an investigation in the archive on death shit is also quite obvious. So I might wait till we have something more precise.
Perfect. Okay, anyone else? Denkmark
Does
business?
everybody have enough rations? I know you've said this is going to be, what, now that we've got horses and cart, a week?
We have horses, no cart.
Horses.
Horses, we're just
Yep.
going by horse.
And it's about a week with horses, yeah. Give or
So I'm
take
carrying
dice
3
rolls!
rations.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you can hunt, you can feed yourself on the way.
Riven will ensure the people are fed. That sounds like a threat.
Sounds like a challenge.
Does sound like you're going to murder one of us.
Well,
Feed us
that
to
eases the task significantly, though, doesn't it?
They
Less mouths to
definitely can
feed.
die.
Also, good information.
Yep. How close to the town are we? Yep.
Figure out flash radius.
So,
Head out.
yous are heading out. Okay. Who is leading the way to the town most of you don't know about?
Not Riven. She's not a local.
I know.
But
I was going to say, didn't you
Actually-
have a map?
I have the map. I was going to say, wait a minute. Riven actually has a map.
Yeah, because you're not local. It makes sense you'd have a
Because she's
map.
not a local.
Yeah.
That's why I have the map. Whoopsie. I think probably going to Lockhart just double checks with him what would be the fastest route that also doesn't get too much heavy traffic. Like even willing to take kind of smaller side roads where carts might struggle, but being on a horse would be fine. Just to
So you
pass
have
that through him.
you have 3 options when it comes to travelling the roads. You have
Okay.
the main caravan route, which is well guarded because it's like a royal trade line between, you know, her bloody hometown and her capital. But very public. And there are probably people that would recognise Lockheart, maybe? Just on the way, just being employed by, like, the city itself. That's not a high chance necessarily, but it's a chance. The second route is much less known and very much not policed, which therein lies why it's not used, because it's bandits. Can be a problem in that one. But if you're smuggling stuff, that's probably the route you need to take. And then the third one's just the scenic route and takes ages. It's very pretty though.
I kind of feel the amount of people I'm not as worried about. Whichever is quicker. to
Also,
do my
just having a
route.
hood up and not looking at people means that's not going to be a problem. It's not like they're going to just know you because your player ID floats above your head.
Mhm.
Do you know what I mean?
Riven would certainly revolt on Route 1, like the well-manned one.
I
2.
probably have more friends on Route 2.
So, votes then everyone, or is Lockhart just deciding what ways are going?
No, I'll take into consideration which one would you say is objectively, if nothing goes wrong, faster?
Are you asking me or are you asking Riven?
Yes. No,
Okay. Objectively faster, the Route 2. Like, Route 3 is definitely not in that argument at all. That's the longest bloody route by like triple. And Route 2 is definitely quicker, but not safe.
He's a well. Actually, maybe Myr'ra knows this better off. How many like records have went through Myr'ra to do with people's either accidental deaths, thefts, or full-blown murders that happen on that trade route that have been recorded? For her to say no, this time of year is extra spicy time of year. Go in October.
Oh yes, we're approaching the feast of.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I would know unless they were like suspiciously magical.
There's generally regular murder that happens on that road.
Yeah,
And probably generally not recorded
Mm.
and sent to.
yeah. Myr'ra might know.
I mean, if the bodies aren't sent, right?
They just left to decompose.
And you could go and ask, right, on the route.
I could ask.
How safe is it to keep going? Well, I died, so...
Go back.
Everyone said it's terrible. 100% casualty rate.
Yeah.
Do not pass. Do not go this way. Do not go that way.
TripAdvisor was 5 spooky boos. Yeah.
To be fair, Route 1 also said the same, so...
Yeah.
Well, I think Lockheart would put it to the group saying, like, well, I think this is the quickest way to go, and it's how I would suggest we all take this journey. But unless, if you, does anyone have any other suggestions?
Are you suggesting Route 2?
I'm voting Route 2.
Okay, that's fine. Just so it was
I'm
clear.
willing-
I feel there's enough of us that, and with, I'm going to gesture at Riven. I feel very, very secure. I'm happy with Route 2.
I am a tactician. You do not take risks when you don't need to take risks. So I vote for Route 1. But if I am outvoted, I will accept this.
I think I'm just going to sit in my horse and I'm just going to take one of my daggers and I'm just going to throw it up in the air, catching it just casually. I'll go whichever way you choose.
Route 3.
You silent ghost. You don't get an opinion. You have eternity.
Okay, so I think we're on 2 for 2 and 1 for
I
1.
think it's 3 for 2
Alright,
and 1
okay.
for 1.
Okay, sorry, I forgot Dylan's vote there. Yeah,
Myr'ra,
okay.
Myr'ra, and Lockheart have all voted 2.
Nori's gone with the majority. And how many votes does Riven get based on her height?
We're not going to argue with it.
Well, but again, Riven's a diplomat. Riven's willing to listen. And Nori is showing that he's like, look, I'm capable.
That's the name of
So-
Riven's greatsword. Diplomacy. Yep.
And she'll have to catch me first.
Oh, it's the fact that you think you can run for long enough.
So anyway, PvP aside, it sounds like Route 2.
No, just Skydew. Skydew. That's all that happens to all of them. No sword, Skydew.
You know, what you don't understand is Riven has that slasher power where they can just walk around the corner you were running towards.
And appears.
How did you move that fast? Doesn't make any sense. So, Route 2 it is then.
Route 2 it is.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Who is taking point?
I think Lockhart would like and gesture to Nori like, I think you understand your from what I've heard of your talents, and you will be able to lead us through this way capable.
I will just nod with a little grin on my face. Yes, I'm happy to do that.
Do you want the map?
Yes, I will carry the map.
I expect it back when we reach there.
You may expect it.
Just grin at that. She does find you quite funny. She does enjoy you.
If people are confused that their character sheets from Roll20 have moved, I just put everything into the player character folder that I hadn't done. So everyone's in there now. Just
Where
in
am
case
I?
you think your character has vanished. I was wondering why I couldn't see all of you and my brain couldn't resolve that there. I was like, nope, it's because we're in different places for people. So we're now in the same place. Okay, so Nori, you're taking the lead here then, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any skills at navigating?
No, as a matter of fact.
Have you
I do
Oh,
have,
no.
have you let on to anyone this fact?
no. Why would I? We'll get there.
Okay, so
We've got a map. We have a route.
so the map will ease this task by 1. Okay.
Okay.
So the map counts as an asset. Any asset, unless otherwise stated, usually eases a task by 1. Sometimes it might ease it by more, but it'd be very specific about that. Okay. There is a limit to how many assets can be used for one particular task. I don't remember what it is. I'm just going to say it's 2. I think it's 2. I think the example I use is you can only fit so many crowbars around a door to open it. Do you know what I mean? Is the implication that more of them just don't help after a certain point. But yeah, items like a map or whatever, depending on what the situation is, sometimes can be an asset that would adjust the difficulty of something. So we know that much for the moment. You said you hadn't been to Loudon Hall before. The route is a dangerous route, which means it's not the most well used unless you're on the shadier side of crime or the law. You have no skills in this, so I think this might also be a difficulty 4. Let me just double check. Let's see.
I'll just. If I click the chat, it should just appear in here, shouldn't it?
So difficulty 4 is definitely going to be, the map will make it a difficulty 3 because you have an asset. And if you start working your way through the clicks, so if I just pick something just now, so let me just open up a character that we're not using and I'll try and navigate my way through a skill. So let's just do roll. So the first thing that comes up is difficulty, so can you set that to 4 when you click on your this will be an intellect-based task as well as another thing. So see if you have no relevant skill. I think, can I do it from there? Or does that just roll? Let me just test that out. Oh good, it brings it up as well. So click on intellect above your stat. It's got a wee dice next to it as well. And then go down and select 4 from the difficulty range. Hit submit. Are you using effort to make
Hold
this?
on, I'm lost with this. Sorry.
That's okay, we can go back a couple of steps. Where are you now?
I'm on my character screen.
Okay, so you're
So
looking
I'm
at,
on intellect.
you see your 3 stats and you've got dice next to the 3 of them above your red numbers.
Yes.
Okay, hit intellect, the word, and it should bring up a little box that says difficulty with a drop down.
No, all I get is click to roll.
Are you clicking it?
Yeah.
And nothing else is popping up? You sure it's not hidden
Nothing
behind a
else
screen?
popping That's possible.
If you've got your character sheet popped out in another window, it goes onto the Cypher System window rather than on top of your character sheet.
That is also true. And if push comes up, just refresh your browser and hope for the best. Because it should pop up with a little box that says input value. No worries. Just let me know when you're back up and running.
Lockhart could help as well. I'm just trying to work out if narratively expected that you would.
Like, would you instinctively help someone that said they can navigate? Is the way I would look at it. Because if you think they've got it, why would you help? If you don't think they've got it, you would help. If you think it's natural for you to help, you would help. You see, like, just think of why. There's no reason to say you can't. It's just if you would or wouldn't, if you think it's within your character.
Specifically, it's a skill I have called Anecdote, where you just talk about having done something similar, and it allows people to become trained for a time in that skill.
Okay.
And so I kind of almost feel like, oh yeah, as we're walking, just as Nori's looking at the map in panic, and Lockhart's just telling an anecdote that helps.
So I would say this would help if Nori looked panicked. Nori did say they weren't letting on that they didn't know what they were doing.
Fair.
But yes, that exact example is good. And it's also good to know what each of you can do.
Yeah, and that's I'm just trying to work out how these things work.
Obviously,
Hey, man.
hearing that though, right? Hearing that, Nori, if like for example, if Chris now is like, well, actually, now that we know that is a thing, maybe Nori would maybe look a bit panicked after a while. Like, I don't mind if that's something that wants to get like restated in the narrative, because again, we are learning this system. But that is up to Chris and Nori.
Or when we take a wrong turn and then it becomes more obvious.
Exactly, yes. Yeah, I get that.
Okay, so do you
Right.
get your character sheet
No,
back up?
My character sheet is...
Okay, and then above the red text intellect, you click that. And do you have the other
Yeah,
box?
still nothing's happening. I'm just saying click to roll.
It definitely should have popped up with input value. Can everyone test this on intellect for me? Just to make
I
sure.
can get it, but I do need to go from my character sheet into the Cypher System window, and it's on the Cypher System window, but it doesn't appear in my character sheet when I do it.
Yeah, it is a separate window that pops up within Roll20, yes.
So, click.
Because,
Works for me.
yep, cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to close that down. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. It's just, this has happened before, with various, like, problems on Roll20. Sometimes a sheet will just stop working. Who's to say why?
Just your beat.
No worries.
No, I'm not seeing anything at all.
Okay,
Sorry.
if you click on one of the skill
Oh, no,
options-
what? Got it. There we
You
go.
got it? Was it hiding?
Input value
Hey.
difficulty. Yes, there it's there.
Okay, so go down and select 4, because that's how difficult the task
4.
starts at. Okay, hit submit,
Yeah.
and it will come up with effort to roll. Okay?
Okay.
Now,
So I will use...
are you using effort? This is, again, it's an intellect-based task, and effort, the first level of effort costs 3 points of intellect to apply to a roll. Do you have an intellect
Yeah, so-
edge, or is it a speed or might edge that you have?
It's in my edge.
Okay, so there's no discount, it would be 3 points you spend to make this roll easier.
Yep, I'll
Yep.
use that.
So effort to roll, click 1 on that.
Yep.
And hit submit. Asset, that's the map, you can say 1. And the fact that the drop down only has 1 and 2 is perfect. That means I was right when I said the limit was 2.
Mhm.
Hit submit.
Okay.
And then cost, you can put in 3 because we know it's going to be 3. Hit submit. And then I've popped one in, but we can ignore mine because that was just from Scott's character sheet
Okay.
with Farrokh Decanter. This is his character's name. Amazing.
Beautiful.
Yep.
Majestic.
Way!
Yay!
Nice.
And as we can
Well
see
done.
there, so the top says what it starts at, difficulty 4, target number 12. We used an asset, we used effort, that brings the level down twice, and the final roll there says 2, target number 6. Underneath that tells you what you rolled. You rolled a 6. So you just
Ooh.
Got lucky.
got there. And it tells you the dice at the bottom.
Okay.
So, oh, sorry, that's
I
the cost.
reduce
Right,
my
bottom.
intellect by 3.
Yes, so whatever your intellect pool number is, when the current, so the red ones, just reduce that by 3 points.
Perfect.
There we go. Okay.
Excellent. Yep.
And well done. You managed to successfully plot a route.
Yes, through day 1.
Yeah. No, not necessarily day 1. I'll let you know how well that goes. Other things to consider, see if everybody looks on their character sheet at the top right. So you've got your effort number, you've got your tier number, and you've got your XP number, etc. Underneath that, there's recovery as a box. Does everybody see that? Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, you've got 1 action, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 10 hours, and then once your 10 hours is done, they all reset. So they can be used as long as it, the qualifier is there. The first one takes an action, the second one takes 10 minutes, the third one takes an hour, last one takes 10 hours. That's how you recover points for your pools. And you get your D6 plus your tier level. Everyone's tier 1, because there's 6 tiers of play in the game. Unless you have any other shenanigans that add numbers to that. Riven, is yours maybe higher?
Mine's is 2.
Yeah, because you've got recovery-based things from being a warrior, I believe. So
Yep.
basically, if somebody, like for example, let's say Nori wanted to recover those 3 points of intellect, you would hit your recovery, it would roll a d6 plus 1, so you're definitely getting 2 back. But at this point, out of what you've spent based on your maximum, it's maybe a bit of a waste. But that's how recovering your stats works. Okay. Obviously, the first one, the one action one, can be used during combat. The rest can't because they would take too long. And there are certain abilities that change when you can use them and how often as well. So, fancier healing.
See,
Mhm.
with the recovery, let's say you're missing 3 points from speed and 3 points from might,
You can split
and you
it.
roll a 5. Can you just stay where those points
Yeah.
are going to go, or
Yep.
do you have to?
Nope, you can
Awesome,
divide them
awesome.
wherever you want because the system's
Nice.
amazing.
Love it.
Yep.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
So yeah, if you were missing like 1 from each and you rolled your 3, you could just top back up. Like it's
Beautiful.
such a the system really likes players, and I'm really happy about that.
Like it.
Okay, so Nori, you got your success, which is excellent. You managed to navigate. You travel for like 2 days, right? So we're gonna need to resolve how you guys ate and such for 2 days. Did everybody have rations of some kind? Who did not have rations to cover 2 days worth of travel? And if you didn't, how did you resolve eating? This doesn't need to be a long conversation, just very briefly what happened. Who could feed themselves, who couldn't?
I could feed myself.
Yep.
I was fine.
I could.
I've got 3 rations in a bowl, so I'd have hunted if we needed anything else.
Well, who didn't use their rations is a better question.
I think Riven would have looked around to figure out how successful she would have been in a hunt, and also knowing that this is a place she doesn't want to go too far into the thicket because it's like, don't know what's out there, don't have the time to really care.
So
That
the
would be fine.
wildlife is a bit more like, it's not a difficult hunt here because this is not the main way, right? Like it would be harder to hunt off of the main caravan track, the main trade route. Route 2 is a lot easier. I feel like I'm talking like a Pokemon game. Route 1, Route 2, Route 3. But yeah, Route 2 is a lot
Zubat
easier.
cave.
Yep. Oh no,
Zubat cave.
Zubats everywhere. You can eat, but you'll be poisoned. Oh no. But yeah, the screaming never stops. So you can definitely hunt. It's like a difficulty 1 task here, especially if you've got any kind of awareness or ranged weapon. It's maybe a difficulty 2 if you don't have a ranged weapon. Like,
I don't have a range.
that'll be a difficulty 2.
I think Riven would want to keep to the path and not veer off the path, so would probably be quite apprehensive of hunting.
Well,
Would be a bit more busy about looking at the tree line going, is there bandits in the
Mhm.
trees?
and hunting would take longer, right? Because you'd have to catch the
Yeah.
food and cook the food, and that takes time. Whereas getting the minimum amount of rest you need for everybody to move on, probably best on a dangerous road. Anyone not using their rations, speak now. Okay, good. So, moving forward. Nora, are you still leading the party?
I think so.
Yeah, like I mean, you're doing well so far, right? So, just so you just know, anyone that reduced their pools should be back at full because you've had 2 days, right? So just keep that in mind. Yeah, you travel more. Your navigation skill holds out. Like you have plotted the route. It's very difficult to kind of get lost on the road because the road is pretty obvious. It's just dangerous because you get a bit of a heads up. There are definitely some kind of people camping nearby. You are at the point where you would just be thinking about settling down for the 3rd night. And there is a camp of louder than you would maybe like individuals up ahead. Caution would be advised, Nori.
Yes, I will ask everybody, would you like me to go and have a look up ahead? I don't think we should move any closer to the camp until we scout it out.
You mean you scouted out?
It says the plate mail.
Unless anybody else has any other skills in that regard, then yes. I mean, I scouted out.
And if everything goes pear-shaped? I'm asking what you're
You
going to
have-
scream so I can come in and turn them into meat.
You will.
Just trying help.
Yeah,
Help! There's been a terrible accident. Me.
Get Mom, it's bad! Get
You will. You will hear the noise from here, even over the noise you can hear just now. I will make sure there will be a strange occurrence.
Put my hands out waiting for your horse's reins.
I pass it over.
Okay, so now you want to scout
So all
ahead?
Yes, all I'm going to do though is go up to the camp. Don't intend going into it. Just look around to find out what kind of characters we're up against.
Is all the other three
And make
staying
up
on their horses? Or use dismounting?
I'll stay up.
Ready to run or ready to defend?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think I think Lockhart probably would just get off the horse, standing very close to it, but off it.
Myr'ra will probably stay on because the noise she'd probably make trying to get off it. I think I'll stay where I am. I'm settled.
Have you still got the map on you, or did you give it back? You probably still got the map on you, don't you?
I still have the map.
Right, I was going to try and say to Lockhart, figure the quickest way out and make sure you know it. If you gotta go, you
I
gotta
haven't
go.
left yet.
Yeah, you can
I
still
haven't
that-
left yet.
that
You
can
want me to
happen,
send
yeah.
the map back?
Nori, give the map to Lockhart. Lockhart, if you can path the quickest way out of this place onto the main road, do so and lead them out.
I pass the map over.
Yeah, Lockhart will have a look. While in sort of narrative space as well, could Lockhart work? Use understanding on the map, or is it already an asset? So
I mean, the map is an asset.
Okay.
However, I don't see why that couldn't make it a level 2 asset. It seems like that's how that reads, right? You observe or study a creature or object, the map's an object. Your next interaction with that creature or object gains 1 asset. So, yeah. Seems fine.
gains 1.
Mhm.
So
Yep.
going from 1 to 2.
If the map had been an asset 2, it couldn't have done nothing for it. Because you can't get asset 3.
Oh, really? Okay.
As I said, you
It
can
just
only...
becomes like a 3D map and then it becomes no sense. It's like a Rubik's Cube.
Essentially, you can only ever gain benefits of 2 assets at any task. It caps out at 2. So you can't... Like, again, the crowbar example, you can only add 2 crowbars to a problem, and then the rest are useless.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, that would work on the map. Yep. Are you wanting to try and do this skill before Nori leaves for the scouting, or as they leave?
Yeah, probably as he goes. We don't need to hold him.
What are you doing for light?
Wait, I have a hip lantern on that Riven uses, but that will produce light.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we just wait until it is needed.
Okay. Yep.
I just figured that is just next. It doesn't seem to run out.
No, that's
but it
fine.
does
Like
cost
you can just use it
So-
when, like when, as and when. Right here. The reason why it's an action is because obviously in combat, technically, like you could study a weapon of some kind and make it an asset, right? Because a weapon's an object. So.
Yeah, no, that was my plan.
Yep,
if
I figured.
necessary. But
this sword that I know the pointy end of now. can swing it harder.
Called ow.
Okay, so we're on Nori then, yeah?
Sounds like it.
So,
Sneaky time.
I know from your character design that you're trained in all stealthy related tasks, so that's handy. Yep. So you want to sneak up in the dark, or mostly dark. It's not. There's definitely some late light left in the sky. To an encampment without being noticed, so you can get in a position to observe them. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. And I feel like this is a difficulty 3, probably starts off at, because it's not that bad, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, difficulty 3. I
will still use an edge.
Okay, so you want to use effort to make it easier?
Yes, effort.
Effort makes it easier. Edge is the discount in cost
Yeah.
to a task, right? So this is a speed task because it's stealth, okay?
Yep.
And you are trained in that.
So if I click on...
So if you click on, so see under your skills, you've got all stealth related tasks. Click on that with a dice, not on speed.
Okay. Right, okay.
Yep.
So I'll take that one away again then.
So
And
cancel
so-
that one, and then under skills, you've got all stealth related tasks. The dice is at the very left of that. Click on that, it will bring up the same window. And then difficulty
Okay.
3, you're spending effort. So you spend a.
We'll take an effort.
Is your edge in speed? Or is it in might?
Oh, my edge is in might.
Okay, that's fine. So it's
So
you spend 3
Effort.
points.
1.
Yep.
Edge. Asset.
No assets. None that you've mentioned so far. Okay.
Ooh.
Are you wanting to use your cipher now?
No, that's what I'm debating.
Okay.
No, I won't this time. I'm just sharing this just now. For the
No,
sake
that's
of
fine,
sharing.
yep.
No, I don't want to use. So no assets then.
So that's not an asset. A cipher is
Thank-
different from an
Yeah.
asset. Okay. Ciphers are one-off uses, like items of some kind. Manifest ciphers. So that would be
Like a grenade.
or like a potion. Let's not talk about grenades in this system. The rules are very annoying. So
I knew that.
Oh, that's
I remember thinking about grenades.
yeah, grenades are horrible. We'll never play in a universe that has grenades. So the Vanisher Cipher is a one-off move you can pull off by like drinking a potion of invisibility or whatever it is, like reciting a scroll or like tapping a tattoo and it vanishing, and then you two vanish to activate that ability. But then that's gone once that's done. An asset is just something that makes the task easier by logic, if that makes sense. So if you're trying to open like a door and you're prying it open with a crowbar, again, is the simplest example I've got in my brain for some reason, that's going to make it easier to open that door because you have a bloody crowbar. Or like the map you used, which helps you navigate. You could have tried to navigate without it, but the map helps. So stuff is an asset, essentially. It's not ciphers. Ciphers can count as assets, but they don't by default, if that makes sense.
Okay.
They do their own special thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, Vanisher would definitely help, right? Because it does say here, the user becomes invisible for 5 minutes per cipher level. This is level 8. So that's a lot of minutes of invisibility. During which time they are specialized in stealth and speed defense tasks. So instead of it going down 1 level because you're trained, it goes down 2 levels because you're trained. You're specialized, sorry. And then the effect ends if they do. This effect ends if they do nothing to reveal their presence or position attacking, or if they do something, sorry, to end it using ability, moving a large object, etc. But I don't think you would be doing anything other than staring at what is,
Exactly.
But that's
I think it's too early for this, so no, I don't
Nope.
want to use this.
that's perfect. But that's how those work as well. Right. So
Okay.
for not using an asset of some kind,
No assets.
it's 0. Yep. For the most part, it's unlikely you'll be using a lot of assets unless it's obvious, like the map. And cost will be 3 because that's how much it cost you in your your points. Excellent. So because of your training and your effort, it brings it right down to like a target number 3, which is amazing. And you rolled a 12, which was about the next difficulty up the original task. It's pretty damn good.
Very
Yep.
good, yes.
So you sneak off. You go up the kind of banking of trees, and you kind of go over a bit of a kind of hill in the road itself that goes down, and you can see there's some light coming through an area of the trees. You sneak your way through that section. Voices are louder and louder. It sounds quite jovial. And when it comes into view, you can see about 4 individuals around a campfire. One of them is divvying up what looks like, items. And one of them's like turning meat over a fire. The other 2 seem to be drinking. I'm not going to stereotype them, but they look bandity.
From my knowledge of the underworld, they are bandits.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm not going to you can stereotype them all you like.
I'm going to hold on for I don't know, maybe minimum 5 minutes.
Okay.
Just to make sure there's nobody else.
Yeah, like nobody comes back from
roundabout,
peeing or something like that. Yeah.
Before.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No.
Just to make sure there's nothing else going on around about. If it is just the 4, I will quietly make my way back to the camp. And it is bandits. There is only 4.
Such a racist.
So
Okay, no, please carry on.
You're past
no,
wagon.
there's nothing. So yeah, I'm going to say things there. Actually, I'm not going
No,
to say
please
things
don't.
there. Anyway, banditos. Anyway, moving on. So yes, it is bandits. There are 4 of them. From what I can see, they are close to the route we would take. I can get back in position. I could try to use my bow, or I'm sure Riven could well manage these ruffians. I'll say ruffians rather than bandits.
Ne'er-do-wells, yeah.
Ne'er-do-wells, yes. My friends. But it's a group decision. We can either try and find a route round, or we can go through them. And we can split the loot, obviously.
I do not like taking ill-begotten gains. You are welcome to them.
Or we could try and go past, and if that doesn't work, ready.
Precisely.
Be prepared.
So, Nori, you will know that they are in a position that there's no way you could get past their section without them having an overview of the route. You would need to stealth past by taking like 5 horses through the trees and such, which would also be quite difficult.
Well, one of us is in full plate.
Yep. In the dark.
I say we kill them. It'll be good practice.
I need no practice.
It might give us useful information over whether they can die.
Evil party immediately.
I will put forward my suggestion. People remain on horses. I will not. I will walk with mine. Go by. If they start to cause trouble, they get an ultimatum. If anyone wishes to run on their horse, I'm not on mine, and I don't intend to get on until they are not getting up again. That's
And
the suggestion.
perhaps, our good friend Nori would also be waiting nearby as well, concealed, as you understand. Sure. as much as you could quickly deal with this situation, it could be more amicably resolved if he is able to enter the fray unsuspected.
Precisely.
Do you want me to talk to him?
Would you like to talk to them?
It's good practice.
If you desire to, I shall not take away such an opportunity. I don't need to say much to scare people sometimes.
She'll
Riven, could you lead my horse as well, and I will go back to her and gain vantage on them.
Of course. And she'll take both. She's off her horse now, and she's got her reins and your horse's reins in her hands, just onto one side of her. Myr'ra, what would you like to do?
I'll get off the horse.
Myr'ra,
We'll talk if they ask.
do you have suggestions, or are you happy with this idea?
I think offering them a chance to talk first seems reasonable. Puts the ball in their court.
Precisely. And sometimes the head off their shoulders if they misbehave, but that is indeed their option. We will give Nori a few moments before we move ahead. Let him get into position.
Why did you check your wrist?
No reason.
Sundial.
The reflection of the sun.
It's our arcane tracker of her rageometer, so that she can work out.
It's like Attack on Titan, a bite apart me, and it's just like, geez, they get bigger.
So, Nori, if you want to try and get back into an advantageous position, you know the role.
Yep. So, it is this one.
It'll be difficulty 3. Are you spending
Difficulty.
more effort?
No, I don't think I'm going to this time.
Okay. You're still trained anyway, so it's still bringing it down 1 anyway.
No assets. Cost.
Nothing, because you're not spending any points to adjust it. Hey! You rolled a 12 again. Wow, we're rolling 12s.
Nice.
I like average. Just above average.
It's a strong roll.
Would this, as we're walking over, be a time for Lockhart to regale us that are walking forward of a time similar to this, that Lockhart had to talk their way out of these things?
I mean, if you really want to be speaking loud enough for the party to hear, sure. But that may interfere with what Nori was just doing.
Surely it would draw attention away from Nori and to us instead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is Nori away by the point you want to start telling a story, and then you
Yeah,
just...
we waited
So
until we gave Nori a few minutes.
Is the plan that you just casually walk by like standard travelling people?
Yeah, and
then-
if they
then-
start shit, we're going to start shit.
Then I don't see why you couldn't speak to them at all, Alexander. That seems fine by me. What are you thinking? Is it anecdote? Okay.
But as a way to give the people that are talking would potentially help their ability to talk through it, is where I'm going with it.
I will likely need the help.
Okay. So, anecdote will cost you 2 intellect points, but it will be reduced by your intellect edge. You can lift the spirits of a group of creatures and help them bond together by entertaining them with an uplifting or pointed anecdote. For the next hour, those who pay attention, that's important, to your story, are trained in a task you choose that's related to the anecdote, as long as it's not an attack or defense task. It's an action to initiate, it's 1 minute to complete, which is fine. You can be telling it as you walk by. Yes, so what is the subject you would be discussing as part of the anecdote?
I think intimidation or like weirding out. I'm trying to get a read on how these two are going to talk their way out of this.
So
or maybe persuasion is the
This
catch-all.
is going to be key because this is how Myr'ra is going to react. If you're like giving advice on how to interact with other people, she's going to be taking notes. And if you say intimidation's the right way, she's going to do it.
it might be the right way.
Yeah, I feel like definitely helps. Helps for
Excellent.
trying to. I don't know. I guess persuasion kind of is all of those things.
I mean, persuasion's to persuade people,
Yeah.
intimidate's to intimidate. You tell me which one you wish. Negotiate is also a valid word.
Negotiate can
Yeah.
go both ways.
Well, it involves, give and take. Do you know what I mean? Persuades letting them see the benefits of a situation they might not have seen before, and intimidating's letting them see the benefits of agreeing with you because of the consequences. So they are different enough to matter.
Yeah.
Also, you will need to roll, because remember the system's very grey about when you roll, but generally if it affects another person you roll is the basic rule for this. So you will need to roll for this, but that's fine. I have no idea what the difficulty of that is, because how do you gauge a player, but that's also fine. I'll work that out in a second. I'm assuming everybody that's walking is paying attention to the anecdote. And what did you pick, Alexander? Is it persuade, negotiate, or intimidate? And why is it intimidate?
I think for this it will be intimidate. That we're definitely wanting to play to Riven's strengths as well, and so
Riven's a diplomat. What are you talking about?
Well, then they can lean on me for that another time. This is just happens to be an anecdote that springs to my head. Oh, that's the time at the with the docks union. We had to come and make sure that everyone was able to see things in a mutually beneficial way, and how difficult their lives could have been if they didn't agree to what we were saying. And this situation reminds me of that as we walk through the dark in a secluded area towards people that don't know.
That's not like
so what
that
do you
time
want me
that
to
all
roll?
the tea got thrown in the water.
Oh dear. We do have Americans on the stream. Calm down.
I recall
Yeah,
this
me one.
briefly.
Yeah, we don't need them to have a
So
bigger
that
ego.
costs-
Yeah, that costs 2, and it will be an action, and it's an intellect roll. And you can ease the task as well if need be with your effort. Let me just work out a difficulty for you telling a story that makes people feel better. I've got to say 2 because that says standard. And that seems like a good place to start. So
Does the cost remain 2 with my edge, or does
So,
that
ignore edge until the end. If you're using effort, it's part of the task. So is using that ability, because that is the task, right? So total at the moment, it'd be 5 if you were using effort. Because it's 3 from effort and 2 from the cost of the ability. And then your edge will discount that by 1. All of it. Make sense?
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. So
What's why are you using effort? It's a difficulty 2. That's all I'm going to say.
Without effort, then difficulty 2.
No, it's difficulty 2 is what I say. You decide if you're using effort.
What you're saying is it's a difficulty 2. I see.
Yes.
Then no, I'll
Okay.
not use effort.
Okay.
Is this me persuading someone?
No,
I don't think so. but
It was definitely worth asking, but no, it is not. It's just you telling a story. And it's an intellect roll, obviously. So I think cost is 5, difficulty was 2, blah 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 blah. I am such a fan of how this system has decided how to divvy up like what people are good at based on their might, speed, and intellect scores, and how much you spend, how you manage that. I do thoroughly enjoy that.
So cost would be 5 if I was using effort.
Correct, and it's 2 if you're
But
not.
if it's 2 if I'm not, and then with edge, does that make it 1?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But you're putting in cost 2 because your edge will be factored in. Or it should be factored in. I don't actually know if it is, but yeah, it's factored in the bottom because it has a wee -1 under the cost. Well, hey, you did it! So everyone can benefit from intimidation that was nearby, which I think the only person that isn't is Nori.
Makes sense.
So everyone can consider themselves trained in negotiation for like an hour because of Lockhart's story about beating up dock workers.
But weirdly, Lockheart is how I would read it. What would you say?
We had this discussion when you picked the ability, and I remember saying next question. For the next hour, those who pay attention to your story. No, I think we agreed it wouldn't apply to you because otherwise it would be absolute bullshit. Because you're telling the story on your behalf.
In theory, you would already have it, right?
I mean, in theory. So, it would be a nicer, more clearer ability if it had to be something you were trained in you could gift to the group. That would have been so much clearer. Take note, Monty Cook Games.
But this is something that makes it really good, is that I don't have to be trained.
Yes, which is why I'm saying you don't get it. But again, maybe we find a ruling somewhere in the book somewhere that says you do, but until then, I'd say it's fair to say no. Otherwise, just always give yourself a pep talk. Remember that time we did this? Like, just always. Right. But that's a thing. Anyone doing anything else other than walking past? Okay, cool. Nori, you obviously have rolled to get into position. Are you doing anything while you're there? Like, are you like knocking an arrow?
Yes, exactly. I'm readying my bow, knocking an arrow, just in case.
Okay. So, as predicted, the little group of you walk past. Some trot along, others don't. And Nori, you notice that the indistinct from bandits people, stop their like jovial chats, hush themselves, and kind of like listen. They all seem to get quite excited, and then they seem to pick up their weaponry, and they seem to hop over the embankment. You can tell they've picked this little spot because you can hear everything from the road, but it hides enough of the light from the fire. Like there's enough foliage. You would have to have a keen eye look out for the smoke, which is what you spotted initially, as well as the noise of their chat. So, these 4 individuals hop out onto the road very casually, sauntering out as if they own the place in front of you lot. I mean, there's a good, I don't know, like distance between you guys. You know, maybe a full cart and horse of a distance, which is things would understand in universe. Between you guys, they've obviously stopped. One of them seems to have a bow. The rest all have swords. Anything else descriptive? Like it's too dark to really pick out any interesting details other than they seem to have dressed to not be as noticeable. They're all in kind of dark fabrics. Like even their weapons don't really give off much shine from the moonlight. So yeah, and you hear one of them like kind of clear their throats, but one of them's kind of giggling to himself as if he can't actually like stop it, and it's a bit unnerving. I mean, not a million miles away from casual hyena chittering. And then The one that clearly seems to think they're in charge steps forward, sword kind of over the shoulder with like his arm over it. It's like, you know the drill. Valuables to the side, and off you go.
Greetings.
There's nothing.
We are here and wanting to pass by.
Excellent.
But if
Valuables
need
to
be-
the side, off you go.
But if need be, we will kill you.
We've got a talker. You can see the one with the bow like notches a bit tighter and like is aiming at you. They were aiming at the group anyway, now you just seems focused on you.
I've done the same in the woods just to make sure I'm aiming at him before you can.
Which one are you aiming at, sorry?
The archer.
bow?
Right, okay, that's fine. Perfect. Just as long as I know.
I see that you no longer wish for discourse. I would not recommend this route, and
If you-
at the same time,
If you could see his face, like when you said discourse, eyes glazed over briefly, like
So at the same time, I'm going to activate my resonance field.
okay. Yep, that's fine.
And I'm now I would like to attempt the intimidation roll. Knowing full well that I have hindered
Yeah,
abilities
yep.
at this.
Can I help since I have intimidation? Like just stand behind Myr'ra and just start pulling her helmet up over her head, just dead staring at them, not
So-
saying words as if no,
So,
can't aid.
if, bear with, the order of events is important here. If you cast a spell, Myr'ra, and activate your resonance field, what do you think they'll do? Like if this was D&D, that would be initiative rolling, right? Because you're kicking off something that would trigger them. If you pull your helmet up or look like you're reaching for your greatsword, that would also be very similar actions, interpreted by a bunch of similar to, but legally not bandits. If you're going to try the intimidate roll, nothing would trigger until the results of the roll, is all I'm going to say.
Okay.
How you would help would then, like, you could still attempt to help. I don't have an issue with that at all, Nat, but you could see how, depending on what you do, might. I mean, it's late at night. There's 4 of them. There's 4 of you. You don't all look combat ready, but you do look intimidating enough on your own. So it just depends what happens. Well, how, like, would you like to help, or would you like to see where Myr'ra goes with this? And then Myr'ra, would you like to chat to them or cast the spell?
So I was imagining using resonance as like because it lights up as like a boost towards the intimidation.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, I'm
What
not
if
saying
you're
that.
saying-
I'm not saying they'll attack you. I'm just saying be aware of what your actions are.
sure.
And this world
Would
has
you-
magic people in it. So, would you, as a bandit-like person, let a caster cast a spell if you're trying to rob them? You tell me.
I mean, probably not.
Okay. I'm not saying they will. I'm just saying, see it from my side of the table. I'm giving you as much forewarning as possible.
How close?
I guess it
together
is
are
a full action.
They're like, boy band album cover apart.
they? That's a decent.
Isn't there like an actual their long range at the moment?
So they are but Nat's question was about them apart from each other.
Oh yeah, right.
So they are relatively close to each other, but they have enough room that if they got engaged, they could have their 4 individual fights if they had to without stabbing each other. But they're about a cart and a horse away from you.
Okay.
So enough to be in your face enough without being in stabbing range. Do you know what I mean? Like, and they feel pretty confident with their 1 archer.
And what I am going to say is the minute that Riven draws her sword, I'm releasing this arrow.
Okay. we'll definitely see how combat goes when that happens. But that's good to know. Thank you for telling me, because they haven't noticed you, so that is good so far.
Yes.
But yes, I will not cast the spell. I will just see how the intimidation goes, as stated.
Also, you would know that the spell itself is, where does it say? Blah blah blah. It's whenever a creature within immediate range makes an attack against you. So the
does it not?
Yeah, so the archery one wouldn't count unless they were point blank with you.
Oh.
So it's more like for melee, really, for resonance field. But any attack that's within immediate range of you, which is like engaged in D&D.
Okay.
But just so you know, so that's another reason why I just don't think you'd use it in this
fair.
situation. I know this because it's the move I took as a tier 1 character as well. But I think you've got Ward anyway, which is always on, remember. I'm sure you took Ward, which is just +1 armor.
I think I meant to.
Well, if you didn't take it, well, you're fucked now.
Well, I'm fucked.
Yeah.
Myr'ra!
I assume you have 4 abilities, though.
Yes.
Yep, if
yes.
you don't have Ward, then you don't have it. That's fine. I think maybe you took Resonance Field instead of it.
I think I took magic training instead.
I mean, possibly. It's a good one to take. Okay,
But yeah,
that's fine. Right, so do you want to have a go at the intimidation?
how should I roll this?
I mean, well...
Do I just... do I just... Because I'm trained, but I'm also hindered.
Yeah, so...
Does that just make me unskilled?
It essentially makes you, like, whatever the, like, untrained is, yeah.
Okay.
We can work on that as we know fit, like, as we go through the rolls. So, you want to, what, intimidate them into letting you pass, or just tell them your time has come, now is the end? I will speak to you when you're
intimidating
dead.
them to let us pass.
Okay.
Go back to camp. You're not worth this.
Okay.
You got some loot today. Oh, Hannah, we can't hear you. If you're saying anything...
Yeah,
I
you're
can't-
muted.
Oh, yeah.
No! Yay!
I know. I was Jedi mind trick.
Yeah.
I was like, ah.
So, yeah, this will be a difficulty 3 for this. Yep.
And this is intellect?
This is definitely intellect. With enough finagling, it could have been might, but maybe not from Myr'ra. No, it's definitely intellect. You've got an intellect edge, which is nice, but are you going to use some effort?
Yeah, you know what? She's trying.
Yeah. And remember, you've got training, obviously, from that. Your hindrance balances that out. We've covered that. So yeah, just effort at that point then, isn't it? Look at that, a 16.
Yeah.
Mara's learning.
I mean, that story, you took it so literally.
Yeah,
It's pretty damn good. So, what do you say to them? How do you put it across? It doesn't need to be obviously word for word, but give me the gist of how that conversation goes.
Let's see. This fight is not worth it.
Is it? Yep.
Yep.
I mean, we know it works, so two of the ones near the back, the person next to the archer lady leans in, and they seem to mutter each other, and then the one just whispered to the archer leans in and whispers to the guy with the sword over his back, whispers and mutters something, and then his eyes just go kind of across the group, and then up and down Riven, and then he kind of does that kind of chin nod up at you. Any reaction from Riven?
She's so still.
Mara gives the head nod back.
Yeah. And then kind of does that exhale whistle kind of thing. He goes, it's getting pretty late. Maybe we didn't see you tonight. Yeah. Maybe.
Maybe.
Like, they're trying that macho don't want to act like this isn't worth their time, or like they didn't decide that this was fine. It's like, next time, and winks at you, Myr'ra.
It's a promise.
And then
Could you please say an awkward wink? Please. Love it.
and then the archery like lady like she like exhales as she like puts the bow down, and then just kind of like again side eyes the group as they all like climb back up the embankment, and then she sits with her bow across her knee as she watches you as you I assume just carry on. Nori, what are you doing now that you're behind
Yeah.
the group?
Yeah, the minute I seen them turning around and walking away, I've came out of my vantage point and came back to join the group.
As soon as you start coming out of the trees, Bow Lady immediately draws the arrow and holds it right up to you. Obviously, there's a bit of a kerfuffle. Do you say anything about the fact that Nori's come out of the trees? Does Nori say anything? Because
Nori, next time you go for a piss, let us know.
they're with you.
Oh,
Yes.
of course.
Get on your
I'm with
horse.
them. They're with me. Yes.
I thought he was watching over us.
No, that's the things that you hear in your head.
Yeah, the four of them just look uncomfortable now. Go,
Enjoy the rest of your night, and may the rest of your days be fruitful.
and then like the Bow Lady just kind of nods to you, Riven, and goes, "Don't dally." And then again sits back on the embankment with the bow across her, and as if definitely not resting until you're out of sight. Now
On
a
the
lot more.
horses, and Revan's like,
Yep.
move.
A lot more
Canter,
unsettled now.
bare
The
minimum.
fact that you guys have obviously managed to hide from them as well, it also unsettles them. So yeah, I'm assuming everybody goes along the route and carries on.
Well done, Trip.
Yeah.
Can Lockhart try and make some sort of a note of where this was on the map?
Sure. Yeah. Do you want
I
it to
mean,
be
you were
accurate
looking at
or
the quickest route back out.
not
Yeah.
yet? It wasn't because
Yeah.
Ah,
you needed
no.
light. Remember?
That's what I was going to do. Yeah, but now that we're out of
I mean,
that
you
being a
could
problem.
if you just ask Nori to do it. You don't have to then do any rolls because Nori knows the map in the dark. You don't. Make sense? So if you just tell Nori, mark them, sorted, no rules
Yeah,
needed.
just
Perfect.
like for the administration later on, like
Yes.
yeah, this is going to be a problem for me in a couple of weeks, assuming that we survive all of it.
I mean, it's gone so far. So, you've got another couple of days of travel ahead of you. You're going to make pretty good time. You've got a good navigator. You get some good negotiators, it seems, as well. Some people coming into their own Myr'ra. Yep, unknown talents. We've done 2 days so far. You've got like another 5 to get through in terms of travel. Before you get to Loudenhall, who's eating what? Just deal with that quickly for me.
We hunt tonight because our presence is known, and I guess. And I don't imagine the bandits cover each other territories too much.
You somehow managed to avoid other bandits if there were any.
I scared him off.
Yep. Your words echo along the route too.
The weird vibes are strong.
You've weirded out our route. I hope you're proud.
So bad.
That's all that Avalon training coming into your own.
Later on the road, Myr'ra would be like, "Oh, I forgot we were trying to practice the killing. I'm so sorry."
There is no need to practice, and totally necessary. And you don't practice on live things, you practice on dummies, inanimate things.
I also think if we wanted data, we're probably still too far away.
True. Or at least I hope so.
We could go back.
We should go forward. We have to come back anyway to get our reward. So on the way back, if they are still there, I will be beside you.
Thank you.
May I inquire something, Myr'ra?
Of course.
Your fascination with the dead.
I am a mortician.
Indeed. As a mortician, what make of you this situation that is happening in the Queen's home? Have you ever heard or seen of such things?
Well, usually they're dead when they get to me. I don't typically interact with those that aren't dead.
Have you had any scenarios where someone has been brought to you and they think they're dead and then they get up, misdiagnosed, or such a deep sleep that no one noticed and you perhaps did something and they got up? Anything like that? I've seen things on the battlefield, but I put that to adrenaline, to fear.
So just before I answer, out of character, I assume nothing plot relevant, right, that I've experienced.
Yeah, no. Like,
Cool.
this is as strange to you as you are to most people.
Like me, don't be me.
Not like
DM bully.
specifically designed his character for that to be a legitimate statement. What was your
Fair enough.
descriptor? Mysterious? Yeah. What was your, like, awkward? Yep, there we go. Awkward
Yep.
as well as a
Rey Mysterio.
Okay.
There was a couple that were very drunk and very slumbery. But I don't think this is the case. I've never heard of an entire town being this drunk.
Maybe one.
Would poisons affect anybody in this?
You're like the
Slow down
shiftiest
their-
character ever. Just after my mild assassination attempt there, would poisons have come up? I love it. It's so good.
Lockhart would definitely answer, no, not at this scale.
Contamination of food or waterways. I mean, it kills, but this is the opposite.
In the same way that the king pointed at Lockhart, I point at Lockhart.
It would take the effort and combined resources of a kingdom. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it's not something that is likely to happen by accident.
No, it would be a deliberate act against the queendom. Now, Lockhart, you are well versed in the politics of this place. I am of this. Who are the enemies of the queen?
Do you want the official or unofficial answers? Because the official
One
answer is
or
there
the
are
other.
no enemies to the crown.
Exactly. Yes. The queen is beloved by all, of course, but we have had dealings with the occasional malcontent. I will have to determine when we are in Loudon Hall before we cover such involvement.
The most politically vague answer possible. It's great.
How much is necromancy part of this world?
So
Or known about?
magic's a thing. Necromancers are. It's not necessarily outlawed because it's not known well enough to be outlawed. There hasn't been like, oh my god, there's a Lich King and he's raised an army of zombies and oh fuck, nothing like that's happened because the main problems in this world were Fae and demon shit, right?
Mhm.
And generally they don't need to fuck around with the dead. They generally just produce them. So, yeah, it's not really been that. It's not like
But you
blacklisted or
know it
anything.
more as like a fairy tale rather than.
Well, they would. I mean, the Arcanatrix and Myr'ra would know the studied because it's a magic. It's just not a super popular magic because people don't want to deal with dead
Mhm.
bodies.
Okay.
But it's not like
Usually.
Mhm.
outlawed or whatever. It's just not common. Like
It's not common.
chucking a fireball is way more common than cackling
Raise
and
dead.
like playing like poker. Yeah, like resurrections aren't things really in this world. Like
Right, okay.
Yeah, like the celestial side of the world, like the choleric side of the world, there's healing magics and like magic that speeds up natural recovery, but there's not really an institute of when you die we'll bring you back for money like there are in some settings. Like that's not a thing.
Okay.
There are definitely like heroic tales of people that didn't stay dead, but that could just be exaggerated for the sake of a good book.
Yeah. Myr'ra, anything magic inclined that would do these things?
Not anything that springs to mind as you said, beyond a fairy tale. Apples that put people to sleep, sure, but more in stories than in reality. Magic isn't the fix-all that people like to think. Or the unfix-all, I suppose.
That's what I'm wondering we might be walking into. Are we walking into something nefarious or something that was met with good intent and has gotten out of hand?
Could be either. I suppose again it depends on if there are theoretical enemies involved or just an
A
accident.
loved one has lost something and does something stupid.
Deals made without consequences thought of.
Now I'm thinking it's Faye. Oh god, I don't want to fight one. We can't rule out anything till we get there, so this is all just pure conjecture.
But often talking round a problem helps you focus on what isn't important, which can be as important as what is important.
I agree. Yes.
Well said.
Well, that's not important right now. Let's head on.
Mara's like, a magic too. It's good. Like
I think Riven's just deliberately trying not to implicate necromancy on you.
Yeah.
It's like, don't want to imply you might be one, so I'm not going to ask you about it.
Bandit-like, but legally distinct from bandit.
Yeah.
Necromancer-like, but legally distinct from. Okay, yeah. Anything else you want to do before getting to Loudenhall? And by that I mean I'm assuming everyone capped out their rations and, you know, ate their way through them. And like, who's hunting for the group? Does somebody want to give me a hunting roll?
I'm hunting.
Do you want to give me
I'm going hunting.
a roll? It's a difficulty 2 because it's a standard. Like this route's got enough wildlife going on that you
Ryan,
could...
do not make it rabbits.
I never said rabbits. I said
Can't be
got
rabbits.
enough.
It's never allowed to be bunnies.
That's fine. There are no bunnies in
Riven
this
draws a
world.
line.
Also, if you only eat rabbits, they don't provide the right amount of nutrition, and you can still like die, or not because we're allowed.
He's my baby.
I assume if we've spent anything, we get it back.
I mean, not yet. I want the
Depends
food.
on if we get our rations.
I want the food roll first, and then we can decide
This
if we
is
move forward.
why it cannot be a bunny.
But you've already caught
You
one.
understand?
It'd be way
We've
easier.
caught one.
Not allowed to be a bunny.
No.
The bunnies
Oh.
are protected.
Right. So you'll need to do. You'll need
It's
to
never
do
put
a.
funny.
I'm trying to think. I think it's just a might roll for this, I believe, to make an attack. Might be a
I
speed
was
roll.
going to use stealth. Yeah.
Well, that's like.
stealth too.
Well, that would be to get into position to hunt something, right? But
Yeah.
I think for the sake of simplicity, I honestly don't know what you use for a bow to attack. So let's go learn that right this very second. Because that would be useful for the group to understand
Oh,
that.
chunky.
So,
Why are you so chunky?
let's see. An attack, blah blah blah. Where are we? Determining task, asset, modified difficulty.
My face.
Special rolls, player always rolls. Let's see.
You baby. Huge baby. Mwah.
What's your bunny's name?
This is Persephone. Fury's on the floor. She's small and fast. But Persephone is a very big girl.
I made a fortune out of rabbits whenever I was young. Absolute fortune. We didn't realize we had a male and female. and they bred like rabbits.
Yeah, it's fast. Yes. Ryan's met
So
for
we got to
safety.
sell them to pet shops and everything else over summer. And it's a $5 a time for a little bunny was a good thing back in the 80s.
I would have more, but
crazy.
I'm forbidden. Going for the throat. It's like the one in Monty Python. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. You're going to eat me.
That's why people don't hunt them in this world, because they're the apex predator.
Oh, right. Is that... See, Ryan's made you the apex predator. Uncle Ryan? Uncle Ryan's made
It's
you a
staring
monster.
at me.
Going to say bye-bye.
So, it does say here that melee attacks, which include anything requiring a touch attack, are might or speed, player's choice, and ranged attacks are almost always speed unless they're from something that changes it to make it intellect. And that's close enough to an answer I can get in this time, which is fine by me.
So speed it is then.
Yeah, that makes sense though, right? That's what I was hoping the answer was going to be.
Speed is key. I'm all
yeah.
fluff now.
So speed attack, it's probably only a difficulty 1 if I'm honest. Or I guess it's nighttime, so it can still stay at difficulty 2.
Difficulty 2.
Do you have anything that gives you like benefits or anything? Is there like how's your
No,
weaponry? But like your weaponry, like your bow, it will be a medium weapon, I guess, for a bow. So
Medium.
do you take any penalties to medium weapons or nothing like that? Because now some people can only use some people only use light weapons, some can use medium, some can use heavy. So that's fine if you get nothing like that. Because you're an explorer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Alexander, you're an explorer, right? Or are you a speaker?
No, I'm a speaker.
Okay. Let me go work out what explorers get just very quickly then. I think
My original character was.
yeah, maybe that's why I'm getting confused. 2 wee seconds.
Bamboozling yourself.
Honestly, well, Alexander got to see the RP collection I had, and I did explain this is why I always ask people to keep me right in games, because the rules right in one of the books that I said. It's just not necessarily the game we're playing.
I am correct in one of the many dimensions I
yes. Somewhere I'm right, but it's not necessarily here. Okay, where is the explorer? Why are you hiding from me? Okay, so explorers get... What did they get? Okay. Explorers get... Sign for use, trained weapons. You can use light and medium without a penalty, but you have an inability with heavy, which is fine. And you get a hindrance with heavy, so that's good. We're sorted for you. But that's what I mean, like this is the stuff we learn as we go. Okay. Got your roll set up?
Effort. I'm gonna use effort.
I mean, why not? Right?
Yeah. Sure, I'm feeding the whole lot of us if I can.
Yep.
Effort to roll asset. Does a bow count as an asset?
No, it's the thing that lets you do the task in the first place.
Okay. Cost we said was
It'll be
2?
3. Well, it'll be 3 because
3.
your edge will already discount that on the roll because it'll be built in. So the difficulty was 2. The cost is the effort you're using. Why did you put cost 4? Out of interest. Am I missing something? Did you type that by accident? Maybe?
No.
Because it says 4 plus 3 for some reason.
Yeah.
Which I don't know why.
I don't know what. Oh. Damage 4? Maybe from the bow?
I mean, it wouldn't say cost though. It definitely says cost 7. So I don't know why that's got that, but that's fine. We can look at that down the line to see why that is, but that's interesting. Trying to figure out where that 4 comes from. Where does that come from? I have a highlight.
You want me to repeat that?
No, I just want to see where that...
What to understand the numbers?
Yeah, so we can interpret correctly. No. Do you know what it might be? No, that makes no sense. I don't actually know what it might be. So you've rolled a 17, which is really good because it means you'd get +1 damage on your roll, because 17 gives you a +1 on your d20, An 18 gives you a +2, 19 +3, 20 gives you +4. That's how rolling better rewards you in this system for like combat, which is very, very nice. However, I don't really get why that's the way that is, but that's fine. We know the 15, or the 17, sorry, is well above what you needed, so yeah, you come back with a mini feast for people. Possibly just a whole elk. Do you know what I mean?
A big boar.
Yeah.
Several boar. All with one arrow. Robin Hood style.
Something ecologically suitable for the area, however this area may be. Yep, so you bring that back. Everybody gets fed. You've managed to make it through. Again, nobody has any rations when you hit Loudon, but that's fine. You've made it there.
So before we go any further, do I
Mhm.
take 7 off my speed here?
No. I don't know why, as I
No.
said,
2?
it costs 7, right? So it will be 2 because your edge is in speed, isn't it? Yeah. And it was.
No, it's in.
If it's in. No, your edge. What is that in might, speed, or intellect?
Is in might.
Okay,
Yeah,
then
might.
it costs you 3 points of your speed to do that.
3.
Because the first level of effort is 3. Additional levels are 2 every time you're adding, but we can't add yet, so there's no point dealing with that. But that's fine. So
Got a hand.
it'd only be 3. But you make it
I'll get the
to
door.
Loudon, right? Now, before you bugger off.
No, he's managed it somehow.
Oh, that's
without
okay. I'm
killing
just about to
himself.
say we're gonna take a break here because we're way over on our break time. I just didn't want to interrupt a lot of the dialogue, and I was kind of hoping we'd have got to Loudon a tiny bit quicker. But that's fine. I enjoyed the journey here. We're gonna take ourselves a wee 10-minute break, and we'll be right back. I'll try and remember how to get us on break as well. So I'll see you all in 10 minutes. I guess stay tuned or whatever. Okay, I think that's back. Can we do a quick audio test once the stream catches up? And you can speak
Not
as well,
caught up
please.
yet, but
Okay, I can hear.
Good.
People.
Hello.
Your
Hello.
the lesser known Winnie the Pooh friend.
Screaming dissonantly into the void.
All good? I think so. Seems to be. Can someone confirm when they get back to
yeah,
us?
mine's not caught up yet. Still on break, but
Okay.
it may just be a little.
Stephanie, stop committing crimes.
It's all good.
All good. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I'll take your word for it.
I've fired an image into general chat.
I don't know where that is at this point. Okay,
Goodness.
there we go.
I make them.
Oh, nice.
Oh, really?
That's so cool.
Oh yeah,
It's not enough screen.
we're
Is
supplying them
How do I procure one? Please, thank you for friends.
you need lots of money.
I
Lots and
I
lots.
bet
did
you
not
Nori
say
could steal one.
I said procure.
So,
Asking for a
meanwhile,
friend.
back in the game. Good hello and welcome back to part 2. I'm Ryan, the GM. This is Tomorrow's Goodbye, the Cypher System one-shot I threw together to learn the system with these lovely lot. Here's this lovely lot.
Good evening. My name's Alexander. I'm playing Lockhart Dourf, who is an empathetic speaker who interprets.
The law. I'll patch that.
Good afternoon. My name is Dylan. I am playing Myr'ra Vess, who is also a speaker, but more to the undead variety.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, who is a clumsy adept who would rather be reading.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Chris, and tonight I'm playing Nori Nediam, and I'm a stealthy explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Were you going to say Keldrath briefly there? Because my brain wanted to hear Keldrath.
I was.
Yeah.
I really did want to say Keldra.
Oh, she was so strong.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I am playing Riven, who is a tough warrior who likes to rage.
Nice.
Means something totally different in Scottish, doesn't it?
Yep.
Shape.
So, you have successfully managed to get your mission, acquire transport in some kind of legalese, negotiate route to the bandit route, intimidate some bandits to back the fuck off. They have a spooky bitch, I believe was the technical term. And now yous have made it to Loudenhall, the town yous were meant to go to in the first place. So yous got there. Congrats, everybody. It's like early morning. The town gates are open. There's some guards outside. Obviously, caravans are coming and going. There is the bustle of a very lively town. I may use the word city by accident sometimes. I don't mean city. It's a town. But it's a big town.
Does it seem quite affluent?
How many days did it take to get here?
It took you a week. Yep.
From the last.
One standard week of this world.
7 days.
Of which you...
From the blank day to the blank day.
Mm-hmm. So, you're now 2 weeks away from the Queen's birthday. Does that help?
Do we recover our stats from them?
Yes, your stats are recovered, your rations are not. Although everyone can add 1 ration, I guess, into your inventory, because I guess you've got some dried elk meat or some shit. Like, that was a good enough roll that you can have that. Obviously, it might not last 2 weeks, but, you know, it's still alright. Right, so you get there, again, it's a very affluent town, like, yep, it's one of the closest towns to the capital. It's also the Queen's birth town, named after her. As you like head in through the main gates, you can see clearly in the kind of square, like the kind of town square up ahead, there's a big statue of Queen Loudon Dougal. Like, yeah, they're clearly all about that royalty life here. It's not to say that with it being an affluent town, there aren't people that look poorer, mind you. Like there are kids running around playing, dogs and such. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, is very, I don't know what else to say about it. That's the place you are. Lively enough, I guess.
But it doesn't seem like superficial, like this is, you know, Stepford House lights painted on the front, and underneath you're like, oh, the vibes are off.
I mean, that could be a role, if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
Do you have
kind of
anything
role?
insight based?
I don't think I do.
It's like, how much can I
I've
bullshit
got
my sword?
through deception.
Yeah, that'll do. Right? Because you're trying to like see if what you're seeing is real, right? So yeah.
Uh-huh.
So that would be a level of being trained. And this will be
Okay.
intellect, of course. But it should be factored in. If you've got that in your skill list, that'll already be there, because it should say MS or I at first, and then it'll say T or U or S. So that'd be trained, specialised, or untrained.
E, I am trained.
Yeah, so it should be IT.
So when I should just click roll.
Yep, and it'll come up with all the standard things. So I'll let you know what the difficulty is in a second. It's a 2.
Is a 2. Effort to roll.
Are you spending any?
No, I don't think she will. She's just gonna take a glance around.
And remember, everyone, your stats are all back to their full pools because you've travelled and slept and such. Blah blah blah.
So cost is 0.
If you're not doing anything to the roll, yep.
Yep.
There we go. So you got a 7. Yeah. From what you can tell, doesn't look suspect at all. Nobody seems to be performing.
Mm-hmm. So that either means the wider populace doesn't know about what is going on, because they're not hiding the fact that it's going on.
Or they know and don't care.
Or they're taking it
Or
for
they-
granted.
Yeah.
Yeah, they know and they're taking it. Well, I think that's where Riven doesn't feel that. Riven very much feels like Riven knows there's a billion different ways to die, and there will be people in here that that would be better off if they were just going to die, and are probably suffering because they can't, and that's what she's aware of. I think she's aware, you know, there is accidents where people get run over by horses or by carts, and having nothing but crushed bones is probably horrendous. So I think that's where she's like, the vibe, the fact that nobody's going, oh no, like either the good ones are being kept out and the bad ones are getting kept away, or not everyone knows.
Can
That's my thinking.
everyone that is paying attention to all the crowd and like the bustle of the city, can you all make me a difficulty to perception based test? And you can decide, obviously. I think you all know how their dice rolls work now. So it's difficulty 2, it's based on perception. If you've got anything loosely based on perception, it'll probably be obvious on your screen. And you just know
again.
you just know how to. Yes, this is a different thing.
Okay.
But you don't need to if you don't want to. It is for people that are specifically paying attention to the crowd.
I'm distracted by probably 100 things.
Okay, no worries.
Would seeing through deception again work? No.
No.
No. Okay.
No. This is just noticing something. It's not specifically being hidden.
If I told an anecdote,
You could say you don't have the minute. You could say you don't have the minute. Okay, that's the.
Okay, I just want to see if that's too many details.
Okay. So, who's rolling? Who's not rolling?
Oh yeah, I need to take 2 off my
Uh,
intellect, don't I?
Why? Did you?
Oh no, because I did
You
the
didn't.
thing.
No, you didn't do anything.
I
So
don't.
the difficulty doesn't cost you anything either. Like if it's a difficulty 4, it doesn't cost you 4, so don't worry about that. It's only if you're spending will it take, or if I'm doing damage to you, will it take from the scores? Because the scores are also your health pools.
Perception.
So the cost
is
value
just
here is
intellect?
0.
Well, you could spend effort if you want. That's up to you. Are you spending effort?
No. No.
It's a difficulty too. It shouldn't be that bad, right?
So this is just another intellect roll for.
Yes,
each.
intellect based, and it is perception based. and you can decide obviously if skills are relevant.
Success.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Doing good.
Are we getting one from Lockhart? I know we're not getting one from Myr'ra.
Myr'ra sees all the pretty colours.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
so Lockhart also is spending some effort. Okay. So obviously adjust your pools for those who actually spent things, and for those who didn't, that's fine. Yeah. Bandits with similar attire, or bandit-like people, are like sitting at the open-air tavern. Some of them are wandering around. There aren't loads, but they're here casually, it does seem. So they're not
Any guards?
They are. Oh yeah, the place is, like, as I said, it's
Yeah.
fully kitted out by the Royal Guard as well. They're all wearing the colours of the Queen. The bandits are not the same people you saw. They are just similarly attired. Yeah. Like if they were in the same gang, it would be apparent.
Us.
Is it that
Interesting.
surprising though? Like,
I suppose bandits also have to eat, go to the tavern.
it's only if you're caught is it a problem, right?
Is there a stable we can put our horses?
Sure.
Are we going to
Sure.
the Queen's property, or are we staying within the town?
The Queen's property is within town. It's in like the rich estate part of town, of course. The old money part of town.
Maybe worth us heading to the mayor. Assume there's a mayor.
There is a mayor.
He
Yep.
said,
Yeah,
he
there's
said
the
there was a
town
mayor.
council.
He was the one that
Yeah.
wanted to change the house into a school or a brothel.
Yes. A brothel.
The main point was something useful to the town. Was the main point. The suggestions, perhaps not super seriously, were a school or a brothel.
Creates jobs.
You said
Yes.
it. You took it seriously.
Yes, that's. Oh, you're welcome to, because that's how it was put across.
Question.
Yes, Beyonce.
Are the spirits around here different, if there are any?
I mean, that depends. What you got that lets you know that?
So
Tell
I
us.
think just being a spirit shepherd
Okay.
lets you see. So the first line is you see things that others do not.
Yep.
Wandering souls of the dead.
So your
Blah, blah, blah.
so your first ability will be how you interact with that. So it will still need to be an ability for everything. Like nothing's necessarily inherent. The inherent stuff comes from your descriptors.
Okay.
That way. But I believe you've got abilities as such, right?
The only ability I have is question the spirits.
Exactly, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not like you see the dead walking around all the time. For example, that's not something that you've got. You would need to like use your abilities to channel that.
Okay.
It might be something you end up getting though. But yeah, remember as well, like you've also got things like the ability above that one that we discussed of how that could be interpreted as well.
Yes.
Ara's just going to start opening doors for people who aren't there. We're all just going to be like,
Oh, after you?
Good.
Like what?
Ooh.
Yep. So,
Okay.
perfect. Would you like to do anything with the spirits?
I mean, I can't. I need something of the body or of the to channel. It's basically speak with the dead, right?
I mean, yeah, only it's not the body you use, it's the spirit you use, whereas the opposite is what a necromancer in this system would do, is they use the body, not the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like the other side of it, yeah. Which is quite cool that there are both options.
Yeah.
So, your options, I guess, are go around town. I'm assuming you've just stabled your horses and told them.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Lockhart told them to deal with it. Is that right, Lockhart? Like,
Yeah.
We're here on official business. Here's the paperwork that you can file in 2 weeks' time. Like,
Deal with it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I kind of assume that it takes at least a week for anything that they do to get back to the capital anyway.
Unless it gets sent magically.
Probably not going to be done immediately.
Yep.
I
There will
feel
be
like
an
stable guy.
there'll be an archmage in this town that was assigned from the Arcanatrix to the town as well. So I guess points of interest. The tavern.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
No worries. So you got the tavern, you've got the mayor, you've got, I guess, like Queen Loudon's, Queen Loudon's old estate. You've got, I guess, wherever they're keeping the not dying, like some kind of hospital, whatever that would be called in the fantasy equivalent, yield hospital. And then where is the other places on my list of things? Anywhere else you can think of, basically. I think that's the main places that pop up. But obviously it's a town. You can tell me what interests you guys. Obviously, as I said, there is an archmage assigned to each town that is officially recognised by Denkmark.
Lockheart, who do you think amongst the people here would know more than others that would not be letting this get out? And to direct us to these poor souls.
Well,
Is there a
imagine that-
religion or a
Right, like
this sort of thing?
there's religion in the world. Yep, there are gods. That's why there's a whole celestial pantheon. So there is probably a church as well. Yep. What were you going to say, Lockhart?
Yeah, I imagine that essentially functionaries of the administration, like myself, will be in the area, likely working out of the town hall, the city council chambers. I'm sure from there will be people who are in the know or not. Hopefully, direct us closer to what it is.
Anyone else have other suggestions?
A
That
cemetery.
seems like a good place.
Myr'ra?
I mean, I do hope they're not burying them, because the problem is they're not dying.
But surely there were people that died before this happened.
And maybe trying to identify the last one who did die would give us some clues.
Well said, Archivist.
Gravekeeper would be a good idea.
I mean, you did bring up census information recently as well, remember? That week ago? You had that conversation. Like, that's also an option.
Alright. So what are we thinking?
We
Town
could
hall.
split up.
Yep, that was my. I was gonna say.
Oh, Nori, map, please.
Of course, your map. Yes, yes.
Inventory management.
Besides, it seems like no one of us can die here anyway. So there'll be no harm.
Don't want to test that theory.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe we should prove that.
Are you volunteering?
On second thoughts, I think I'll wait.
So, as you
I
say
think
that...
they're volunteering.
So, as you say that, there is, at the open air tavern, clearly something's got out of hand. There seems to be a very violent exchange underway, and someone does get stabbed in the neck.
But they're still swinging.
No,
Oh, first.
they fall down dead.
Oh.
Job's
Yes.
done. Let's
Well,
go.
well done, everyone.
It's it seems to be one of the bandit people.
Ooh.
Which does shock a lot of people nearby, as you can imagine.
Riven wants to gauge how the guards react.
Well, do you want to give
Are
me
they
a...
like, oh, he died, or they're like, oh, at least this one died?
Give me a roll.
What we think?
Similar perception-y idea. Same difficulty too.
I guess seeing through deception will not work.
No, because there's like the guards wouldn't necessarily be trying to hide.
I'm just looking for a human
Mhm.
reaction here.
Is it just me or is Twitch frozen?
I think it might just be you because it looks okay on my side, but it could be.
Success.
How does it look for somebody else?
Actually, it's frozen.
I'm
for me
wibbly
too.
wobbling and I'm wibbly
Huh?
wobbling on the screen.
2 wee seconds.
I'm
Just
moving.
refreshing.
Nat, can you
the
check the
delay's
stream as well?
No, it's
It's
back now. I
that's what
just
I'm saying.
refreshed it. It's
I
back.
can see myself doing
Okay,
the wibble
go.
wobble.
Okay, cool. As long as it's okay, because it means it's probably fine on the stream, then it might just be people's individual connections to it. Because it's not giving me any warnings that my upload to Twitch is a problem, so unless it's local to Twitch.
Yeah, it's working fine for me.
Perfect, thank you, thank you. But yes, anyway, Riven, you got a success. So,
Yep.
You notice that, the guards have clearly discussed this moment as it happened. It happened, they discuss it. One of them runs off past the square in town, not towards the open air tavern. The rest just don't bother. Like, the situation hasn't escalated. A bandit died. You can probably guess they've decided that wasn't really worth their time to give a shit about. But one of them did run off into the centre of town as if taking a message somewhere.
Seems they're playing a game of round robin
I
in
think
here.
it'd be worth finding where that one just is going.
I'm tempted to follow him.
And you could all follow him if
Oh,
you really
wait.
wanted to.
Shall we?
Go ahead.
It might also be good to see what's going on with them, but I think we should follow, or I at least.
Maybe some people follow the guard. Maybe some of us stay to see what happens to
I'll follow the body.
the body. Yes.
All right. And Riven starts following the guy before he gets out of sight.
Okay, yep. Who's going with
Meet
Riven?
back here in an hour.
Just Riven?
I'll go with
Oh,
Myr'ra. Do you need something from the body or do you need something of the body?
Body.
The body works fine.
I'm going to go with Riven then because I can't steal a body in front of everybody.
It's a fair assessment.
I'm not quite that good.
How dare you judge your abilities such? You have the prowess, we believe.
Oh, I'm probably sure I could, but not in broad daylight.
Doubt your abilities.
Okay. Right. So Riven's going after the guard. Is anyone going with Riven?
I am.
Nori is
Yep.
coming with me.
Anyone else? Lockhart? Where are you going? You're going with Riven?
Lockhart too.
And Myr'ra?
Yes, I'm going.
You're going with Riven. So,
I'll stay with Myr'ra.
right, okay.
Mira and
cool.
Mara.
Eminem. So,
M&M's.
yep. Okay. So, while everybody else runs off after the guard, definitely not as weird or suspicious at all as you guys walk into town. You can see that obviously the crowd have started rambling and chatting to each other about the fact that this has happened. The friends of the bandit, if you will, colleagues, I guess, of the bandit, seem very, very pale now at this turn of events. I mean, what you infer from that's up to you, I guess. But that seems they're more shocked that they died than their friend was killed. That seems apparent.
Okay.
No one's going near the body. There is a skill fight level of a ring around it, and it is definitely isolated.
To the arena.
The person that had stabbed them just looks like, I guess, somebody that lives in the town. The other bandits haven't made any moves on him either. Nothing at all. He's just sat there with his half bottle that he's smashed to obviously cut the guy in the neck. And he's kind of went back to like picking up the guy's drink that he's just killed, and he's like nursing that because even he looks shook by this. It's not like he sat there casual. He looks like he's in shock, as if that got out of hand fast, and he also didn't expect what happened to happen. So, yeah, that's where we're sat at the moment. Would you like to do anything in the immediate moment?
I'll walk up to the like. I'll just like meander through the crowd.
Okay.
And then just like walk straight to the body.
Okay.
And then check the vitals.
There are none.
Yep.
I will also stay sort of on the edge of the crowd.
Okay.
This is another question for this world. How subtle is casting match?
Is
it a big song and a dance, or can I just?
I was curious about that too, actually.
It's relatively noticeable, yes. There is a lot of special effects budget in this world.
Yeah.
But it's not like
CGI.
fireworks going off, but it is,
Yeah.
it's not subtle unless you attempt to do things to mitigate its overtness. But nobody would be looking at you right now because they're staring at a body that died in a town that apparently nobody can die in.
So I might try and use scan.
Okay.
Just to get some information on the area.
Okay, do you want to post scan in and we'll work out what that does? Okay, so, my god, there's so much text. So...
I know, I'm so sorry.
No, that is okay.
Really text.
So, scan is an action, cost you 2. Scan an area equal in size to a 10-foot cube, or a 3-meter cube, including all objects or creatures within that area. The area must be within short range, so you need to be at the edge of the crowd, in like the inner edge.
Yeah.
But that's fine, you don't need to be right next to Myr'ra, who's right next to the body. Scanning a creature, let's see, scanning a creature or object always reveals its level. You also learn whatever facts the GM feels are pertinent about the matter and energy in the area, for example. You might learn that a wooden box contains a device of metal and plastic. You might learn that the glass cylinder is full of poisonous gas and that its metal stand has an electric field running through it, connects the metal to a mesh on the floor. You might learn that the creature standing before you is a mammal. Okay, yeah, so it gives you a whole bunch of potential info.
It gives you info. It's an info dump, but it doesn't tell me what it means.
Okay, would you?
But I wanted to know if there was anything. Yeah, I think I would like to try and scan the body.
Okay, that will be a difficulty 3.
Okay.
Okay, and it'll be intellect, of course.
Yes.
And obviously all the rules apply. Like all the rules of rolling always apply to any time you're rolling, no matter what the type of roll is. So it doesn't like separate combat rolls. That's still considered a task, etc., etc. Which is nice about the system.
Okay.
It simplifies things.
Nice. So for this, would I just click intellect?
So do you have any magic training of any kind? Anything that would help spellcasting as a skill?
I feel like no. I'm researching.
Let me have a look at your sheet now. See, so we've got... Oh, I forgot that first skill you've got. Yeah, it's so nice as well. I forgot how good that was.
I'm good at all pleasant social interactions. This doesn't feel very pleasant.
There's nothing there that would mitigate this up or down, but that's fine. That's a good thing. It doesn't necessarily hinder either. Okay, so this would be an intellect roll. If you're spending effort, obviously it's 3 points of effort, but I think your edge is in intellect as well. So
yes,
you'd be getting a discount on that,
so
which is nice.
It was difficulty 3?
So difficulty 3, yep, task, to scan the body. And you have, as I said, you could use effort on top of that to reduce it to difficulty 2. But you just put in all the standard stuff as you go. So difficulty is 3, then you say effort is 1.
I've got a healing kit.
Infect him.
So I put in cost 2.
So you put in the full cost. So you put in the full cost, because are you using effort?
Yes.
So the
but
effort
I've
will be
said that
3.
earlier.
So effort will be 3 though.
Okay.
That's the total cost. I think it might factor it in if you just don't add in the cost there. Just put in cost 2 from
Okay.
scan. Okay?
Okay.
Because I think that's where we got the 4 from in Nori's roll.
Yeah.
It was. Perfect. That did work exactly
There
how I
we
thought it was
go.
going to. So you don't need to add in effort cost when putting in cost. So that's good to know. Because it will factor that in for yourselves. Just your ability costs. And obviously you mark down 4 points of intellect because that factored in your discount.
Nice.
Excellent.
Perfect. Okay.
You got a really good roll as well, 15. It's pretty damn good.
Nice.
So, the body is dead. Yep. It's human. That's a thing.
Okay.
Is there specific info you'd like to know? Give me ballpark areas you'd like me to explain, and I will elaborate
I
there.
know. I don't know if there's any way to know how long he's been in town.
No.
Has he nearly died before? Are there previous life-threatening injuries?
I mean, you could definitely. I guess you could tell the body was scarred. It's definitely not their
Okay.
first rodeo.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could probably guess from bandit life that's a hazard of the job.
Yeah.
But I don't think you could tell how long they were in town with scan.
No, that's fair. It's worth asking.
No, definitely. Yep.
Any other magical residue? Anything on them that's weird?
Yes.
Ooh.
There is distinctly a lingering of magic on this person. It is very faint, and it seems to be celestial in nature.
Ooh. Amazing.
But
I write that down.
that could have been from a blessing from the church.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It could have been. It could be anything. But there's a tiny, the
it's
faintest
good to know.
gossamer thread of godliness.
Interesting. Because it gives us a baseline. So that if someone else dies or doesn't die, I can now compare.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. And then I let Myr'ra do her thing.
I'm trying to decide how obvious I want to be with this, but I probably don't.
Okay, just talk me through it. What's the thought process?
I think I'm just gonna pocket something of his,
Okay.
something small that's not it doesn't have to be important or anything.
I mean, what would you like that to be? If you were a bandit and you had something that wasn't quite that important, what would you have?
A keepsake,
Like their necklace or some shit? Are we gonna
like a
talk?
bracelet, sure.
Yeah, sure.
A ring.
Let's say they've got, I don't know, a leatherette kind of friendship bracelet thing on their wrist. Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'll just I'll be examining the body. At some point, I'll look up and I'll be
checking the pulse, palming the.
Yeah, exactly. And at some point, I'll look up and who did this?
And everybody just slowly turns and looks at the guy
And while they're looking, that's when I pop.
Yep. Kind of shaky hands his drink, as he's nursing the drink of the man he just killed. But obviously he did smash his bottle, so that's why he doesn't have a drink. Okay.
And how did you say he died? He got stabbed in the neck with the bottle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. It was a very quick, no premeditation, clearly an argument got out of hand.
Is the bottle still in the neck?
Oh, there's a piece of glass in the neck still, yeah.
Okay.
But no, the bottle's still in the guy's other hand, most of it.
He's still holding it.
Oh, it's like a death grip he's got on it, yeah.
He looks like he's going into shock.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's several stations past.
Could you... and I point at the murderer. Ask questions.
Okay, sure. I'm going to go up to the murderer. Come sit down. And I'm going to pull out my writing desk. Place it over my knees. Pull out a standard questionnaire and be like, good afternoon. Can you state the record your name? I try and get him to tell me his name.
Yeah, he isn't responsive. Like he looks at you, but it's definitely past you, like through you. Like you can see it's like a 1,000-yard stare or whatever. So they can definitely hear that you're acknowledging them, but they can't really acknowledge you at this point in time. Yeah.
I try and keep him occupied.
Yeah.
So that Myr'ra can do.
Yep. And I guess
also until a guard comes and helps.
Which weirdly doesn't seem to be happening. Like the guards seem to have they're keeping their position on the periphery of this, which is interesting. Yeah.
I maybe look at somebody else. Is there anybody with gentleman whose name I still don't know?
Are you referring to the shell shot
The
individual?
murderer?
Yeah.
Yeah. I try not to call him to his face.
I mean, yes, I think the gentleman is a good enough reference.
This is manslaughter because he didn't think it.
Manslaughter.
You put a knife in his neck. You put glass in his neck. He got up from it before.
We're arresting you because you stole the Mona Lisa. Well, I never thought I would manage it, so you can't arrest me. No intent. Let's just call him Dave. Dave. There we go.
Yeah, note that down. Anybody with Dave? I think he needs to maybe sit down.
There seems to be no one with Dave. Everyone's still staring at the fact that two relatively well-dressed people that clearly look like they're smart have taken control of the situation, and obviously nobody recognises you at all. Yep. One of the bandits goes forward to and goes to you, Myr'ra. So while you're you've already pocketed the friendship bracelet. Give me a second. My eyes have decided that now is the time to just sting.
It's a very emotional moment.
Yeah.
There was a death.
Oh, such emotion.
Poor Dave.
Okay, so, I love it's per the murderer, not like the bandit.
Oh, that's right. No.
Yeah.
I mean, it is traumatizing.
Not been his day.
So, yep, one of the other bandits approaches and addresses you, Myr'ra. And goes, "Is it gonna be okay?"
So I assume I'm looking down at the body. I hear this question. It takes me a second. I look up.
Yep.
I take another second. I look at him.
He's staring at the
third second.
He's staring at the body, kind of looking past you at the body. You can see on his wrist the matching friendship bracelet.
Oh.
Bandit buddies.
Mm-hmm.
No.
He goes to say something, but his mouth just opens and nothing happens. And he kind of turns to you and then kind of looks back and he's like, "Oh, right."
I stand and I put a hand on his shoulder.
Yeah, and he's just standing there staring, and then he kind of notices you a bit more. Because you when you make contact with him, and he goes, "Thought nobody could die here," and you can see he's welling up.
I thought so too.
Then why? He just points down confused.
Your body didn't make the cut.
With my other hand, I point at the glass in his neck. Well, it was the bottle.
He didn't drink that much.
There's still glass in his neck.
Yeah, there's still a shard of glass in his neck, yeah.
Take out.
What'd you say?
Take out. See if he pops back up, because now he's not got it in him.
This is not a bad idea. I'm consoling someone right now, okay? What was his name?
And he looks to you and goes, "That was Steve."
What's your name?
Kind of like sniffs and like wipes his nose with his sleeve. And he goes, "Daniel."
Thank you, Daniel. And I'd like slowly like push him back into the crowd.
Like it maybe takes a wee bit like of an initial bit of strength, but yeah, like he eventually kind of like steps back a bit as if, oh, clearly someone professional's working. But he doesn't go like right back into the crowd. Like obviously him and his like other bandit friend is there because there was 3 of them. One is obviously on the floor called Steve with a bit out of his neck. One's called Daniel. There's an unknown one, and then there was Dave, the guy that killed Steve.
I will now lean down and take out the glass in his neck.
Okay, are you doing this in any medical fashion or just pulling on it?
Just pulling on it.
Then it comes out and blood comes out. A lot of blood.
Yep, dead. And then I like put it back in.
Yeah, and you push it back in, I guess. Yep. Keep that blood fresh.
And I stand back up, and I walk over to Myr'ra.
I might have tried to round up the bandits into my little census.
Yep.
Come over here. Tell me your names. How long have you been in town? Your addresses. Next of kin.
Yeah.
Here's a consoling letter.
So, what can her name be? Her name can be Sally. So, Sally, the third bandit, is the one that's obviously able to still speak properly and isn't a bit traumatized. So, what do you want to ask her first?
How long have you been in? This has obviously been a troubling day for everyone involved. Would you like a cup of tea?
She goes, "Nah, I'm okay. I've got." Looks around and just picks up like her kind of tankard. Goes, "I've got this. It's better."
I'll take some tea.
Oh, perfect. I'll pull out my tea kit and I'll start boiling some tea on the side.
I didn't know you had that.
Oh, the desk comes with many accessories.
That's wonderful.
So, Miss Sally, how long have you all been in town?
We come and go. We've only been here like a couple of days this time, but we were here 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have heard about the situation?
It's hot. I'm sorry.
It is. You have to wait for it to cool down.
Right.
Yeah.
Continue.
Sally just like
Yes,
draws her eyes off you, Myr'ra. Like, as if, what?
Oh no.
And then turns back to you, Myr'ra.
I see. And just I don't apologize for the question. Has anything like this happened before?
Or getting stabbed in the neck and
Well-
dying?
Or getting stabbed in the neck and not dying?
I mean, yeah, you get lucky shots all the time, right? Like, pulls down part of her like leather armor and like shows you some scars on like her collarbone and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And do the lucky this is very insensitive, my apologies. Do the lucky misses often happen here?
No, we don't fight in town. Why would we fight? We wouldn't be allowed in.
That's a very sensible course of action, absolutely. Well, anything strange about today?
Yeah, Steve died.
Very true. Okay.
You hear like Daniel sob harder when she says that.
I'm gonna give her like a business card. Like, well, if you think of anything else, please get in touch.
Okay. I'm gonna answer one of the things you did say in your list of things, but you didn't ask her specifically. Was they were all part of the Bronze Maned Lions gang.
Bronze Mane Lions gang.
Yeah.
A cool name.
Yeah, the bronze maned lion.
Okay. Do I know anything about that?
Do you want to roll?
Sure.
Right, you tell me how difficult this is going to be. How well do you know gangs in this area?
Would there have been
Probably not
reports put
particularly.
through her about these gangs?
Remember, she is from the Magic University.
Magic, yeah.
Maybe
Like,
this
I've
guy's
done time
magic.
in the boring, but I'm
Maybe the
mainly
bronze-made
magical.
lion is a manticore. I don't know.
True. Absolutely
Right,
true.
I'm going to say this is a challenge, sorry, difficulty 4, right?
Okay.
So you can
And
tell
my-
me if anything like adjusts this. Difficulty 4, intellect.
Okay. I have researching as like a skill.
Okay, what is...
Can I use?
I think that wouldn't apply here unless you go away and look up stuff about them, right?
Away and do the research.
Yeah. I think that would involve
Um,
time.
Yeah.
Unless it
I
says
think
something
this is
different,
just
I think that's what we
no,
would need
no,
to...
I do, yeah. I think I'm just gonna do like basically a straight roll of.
Yep.
Let's see if I know anything. If not, I'm gonna ask Nori later.
Okay.
So difficulty 4.
No effort.
No.
Okay.
I'm assuming, like, if I don't know something, I can ask, or I can go and research later.
Yeah.
I think. So there's no additional cost because I'm not.
Correct, yep.
Oh no! It's our first failure.
Failure.
But it's only a 4, it's not a 1. So critical ones, as it were, create GM intrusions. I can also introduce a GM intrusion whenever I want and just pay you 2 XP. You give one of those XP to a friend, and you keep one for yourself. Or you pay it off with XP as well. So that does happen in this system, but luckily we don't have to deal with that just now. So yeah, no, as we kind of predicted, you don't know anything, like it doesn't ring any bells. Like, maybe you know that it's it's maybe something worth looking up, but...
Okay. Do you have a plan for what to do with your friend?
Takes a sip of her, like, it looks, I guess, like beer or mead or something. Takes a sip of that and then just kind of like looks around and goes, you'd have thought the guards would have been more involved, but, that's odd.
That is interesting. Good question. Myr'ra, are you going to stay here with Steve?
Daniel sobs more.
Who?
The body.
No, there's no need.
Dylan, you can have a point of XP for that, because that was fucking heartless. Mark that somewhere. XP is a bit like a currency in this game. By spending XP and stuff, it's all on that little link I put from Reddit. You can spend XP to introduce player intrusions as well, where you create elements of the story, which is nice. So you don't always have to just pay off mine.
There's actually a spot for our XP.
Yeah.
Top right.
Yep.
Well, should we maybe go and see why? I point towards the guards still just loitering around the gate.
So it's not that they're loitering around the gate. They have positioned themselves around, but they're not doing. They're not even like. There's a massive gap. Like, you could be forgiven if you thought that's just where they stood, but they're not at like the gate necessarily. They are around the open air tavern, just not in it. Or they look as incognito as guards not really trying to hide can look.
That's a good idea.
No. Yes, let's maybe see why they're still in these positions while we wait for our friends to return.
Okay.
Also, keep an eye on Steve. Is he suddenly?
I don't think
Hold up
that's
the
going to
writing
happen.
desk.
Like, you you literally cut Daniel off from saying, do you think that's going to happen? It's really, I don't think it's going to happen. I couldn't get the words out for poor Daniel.
Sorry, Daniel.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I clatter up my writing desk back into a backpack.
I hand you back like the mug or whatever you gave me.
I put it back in like a little pouch.
Nice.
Thank you.
While you are packing up, we're going to cut to the other team. So, you guys have to do a reasonable jog, because obviously by the time you debated who was following in that team, the guard got a bit of headway. So you do a jog. These are all relatively fit people though, so I don't think there's an issue there. And then, does anybody have a might score under 10? You'll be fine. Lockhart.
Yeah. But I do have a speed score of 11.
No, that's fine. There's no issue here. You can follow this guard. They round like a street. As you're rounding the street, yous are very abruptly faced with someone that's almost as tall as Riven, in almost as black plate armor as Riven. It's almost to the point where it'd be comedic if you clanged off each other. But this also looks like, well, I mean, if Riven looks like a big dark paladin, this person also looks like a big dark paladin. So you literally run into this person, who the guard has stopped next to and is catching his breath.
Are we in front of any particular buildings? Are we in front of a church, townhouse?
Nothing that seems like obvious, like some storefronts, I guess.
Okay. And looking at this person, is this person just energy-wise reeking of captain of the guard?
They look like they spent all of their money on their armor. Yeah.
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 Okay.
You know that out of the people you've
But
seen
they
in this
are
town
big.
so far, this is the only person you'd ever maybe think twice about taking on.
Yeah. It would need to be a one-on-one that would suck for a hot minute. Yeah, that'll be fun. Are they like armored up so I can't see their face?
Oh, you cannot see their face. There is no visibility on any of their features, and they have very broad shoulders. They do seem to be, their tabard seems to be very muted, but it is the Queen's colours. I guess that's just blue and white, because why the fuck not? Okay. So very muted colours though, whereas all the colours elsewhere are very vibrant blues and whites. So this is obviously older, maybe like well worn. And before you can say anything, you hear like, again, a slight metallic reverb just because of the armor and the voice coming from it. They're not a robot, don't worry. The Queen's spies.
I think Riven kind of looks down at herself, then back up and goes, certainly I would not convince myself of being called that, but I'll take it as a compliment.
They can like tilt their head slightly. They are only maybe 6, 8 in their armor, so you're still quite a bit above them. But obviously they're tall for this. Like for most places, they're very tall. But you're still huge. But yes, they kind of turn around and kind of look towards you. They kind of like draw their eyes off of Nori. Obviously, have acknowledged you, Riven, because I think you were probably in the middle of the group, and then turns to Lockhart. Is there anything on your person, Lockhart, that would make it obvious that you were in office?
You.
Yeah, probably some sort of like, it's like your lanyard for the the
That makes sense. Yeah, no, it's okay. It's good enough. So yeah, this person, again, male voice coming out of the kind of the helmet, and they say, "Which one of you speaks for the group?"
Oh, I think that we all are individuals here that are all passionate to attempting to realize the goals and aims of the Queen. But if you have any particular questions vis-a-vis the involvement of the
He
royal
turns his
powers
head
and
and shoulders very deliberately, so you know they've stopped paying attention, and they speak to the guard and they say, "Collect his colleagues. You," and he addresses you directly and says, "Describe them to the guard."
If my colleagues have finished in their own pursuits. You
They
might
have,
find
for the
a-
purposes of this conversation. You will all accompany me to the mayor's office.
Oh, I'm quite sure they will have finished. And when you meet them, you will find them. Um, then struggle a bit trying to remember their art. But a black-haired individual. I'm sure that with enough scanning of the crowd, they will eventually make themselves apparent. And then another member of the or sorry, I just forget the magic.
Arcanatrix.
Yeah, the Arcanatrix. I'm sure they too will stand out. They will be still finishing up their tasks. I'm sure they will take but moments.
We will wait till the guard returns with your colleagues. And then the guard very quickly runs off. Faster than he ran here, mind you. And this armor-clad figure just stands there and waits.
Well met to you. Riven of Countess Venge.
Kind of like looks your armor up and down, and mostly up, obviously. And
Hello.
yes, the crests were noted. And then they have a crest you don't recognize, but you know enough about it that it's not Denk. It's from somewhere else as well, but you don't know where. And no
He's
roll.
wearing the Queen's colours but has a different crest.
Yes, his armor, no, the way your armor has it like built in.
It's like emblazoned into like the shoulder down the arm.
His does too, but you don't recognize it. And no roll you could make here will know because I haven't
That's
rolled
fine.
that. That is a
That's fine.
campaign
No.
problem, not a one-shot problem. So yeah, but they're definitely not local.
Looking at the armour, is it well worn? Is it clearly seen battles? Or is this
The
a shame?
armor itself is, as I said, it's like blackened metal, similar, I guess, to like yours. It is not marked in any way other than its deliberate like design.
Designing.
But the tabard itself is well worn, as if that implies the age of the armor, even if the armor
Right.
looks like it could have been made a couple of days ago. And besides, like the dirt of daily wear, like yeah, there's no like scrapes or like worn down marks from like repair or anything, or like battle. It looks pretty flawless. From what
Pretty
you can tell.
pristine.
Yeah.
A sign of a station as well as anything like I get to wear the cool suit because I'm the big boy.
There's no like 5 stars on his shoulder or anything, sadly, so
No.
you can't tell any kind of station other than they're inexpensive armor. They look like they've got a decent sword on them. Like they clearly probably are a knight of some kind. But where from? Who knows? And I mean, yeah, like you're essentially a knight because you have like a patron and such. So, do you know what I mean? Like they're probably not a million miles from you.
Awesome.
Yeah, just clearly not as tall because few people are.
Few people are. Riven
Yeah.
is definitely a bit of an anomaly.
For the sake of expediency, the guard reaches you two and says that you have to go with him to the mayor's office. Do you say anything in reply to the guard? Do you?
Oh no, the body's over here.
He kind of blinks and goes. So this is like an arrest, but politer.
Oh. The murderer's over there.
No, it's user the persons of interest. The mayor would like to speak to both of you.
Oh well, sure, but there's the word arrest didn't need to be bandied around like that. Honestly,
It's been a day.
She holds up her hands to be handcuffed.
He just awkwardly shakes your hand and says this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, she takes both.
And
She doesn't let go.
Sally just says to the room itself as the camera fades out on her, is like, so are we arrested or... And then, unless there's anything else you want to do, we can screen wipe to the mayor's office. So, on the way there, you just pass by a very big fancy estate with lots of guards outside that seem to be slightly different from the town guards. They seem to be in fancier clothing. You could say they're maybe slightly separate. They could be from the capital, and they seem to be guarding what looks like a very quiet but very large estate. You just pass by that, and it's obviously in pride of place on the way into the old money section of, I nearly called it Denk, of Loudenhall. The next fanciest place is head up. Doesn't look a million miles away from as abandoned as the Queen's house looks, though. Like, all the curtains are drawn, like, there's the garden's a bit in disrepair. Like, it looks like it's been winter here, but it's like, it's not winter season, so it's a bit strange that that's a thing. But yeah, these are led in. You just get led into like a kind of antechamber. The knight that you just met will have responded to you, Riven, because you did say, like, well met, Riven of, Countess Venge. I believe that's what you said, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. They, like, while walking with you, like, nod acknowledgement and says, my name is Sir Ethane. It's Vanel Ethane.
Do you prefer your first name, full name, or last name?
I don't imagine we will be socializing much.
I still can show you respect in the few times I get to see you.
Then Sir Ethane would be the most respectful way you could address me.
Very well.
There's just like a very stoic kind of nod to that. Very matter of fact spoken. They either really love their job or really don't. Like, it's hard to tell.
But they've been in their jobs for a long time.
Yes. They don't sound like an old man in the armour, though, right? Like, it doesn't sound like maybe someone as old as like the tabard would imply. But that could just have been inherited. So I mean, it could just be like, this is the family tabard. So yeah. But yeah, you just get into the mayor's house. Mayor's house is lovely inside. Like, there's a nice big welcoming fire in the main kind of foyer kind of section. Loads of books and candles and tables. There's a whole bunch of fruit and stuff, like, just being set out at this point in time. Like, servants and stuff are bringing it and like filling up the kind of table in the middle. It's like a big long coffee table type thing that's sunk down, and you've got some fancy couches and stuff. So it's clearly like a waiting area. So if people are coming to obviously see the mayor, this is where they would come and wait. But also could just double as someone's drawing room. You can see that there are big staircases that go off in different places. It is essentially a mansion that you're in, because this is all the old money part of Loudenhall, and as I said, it's quite a well-to-do town. Sir Ethane, like, says to everyone, like, I will inform the mayor that you have arrived. Please, and then gestures vaguely to like the food that's just been brought out, and says, do not feel like you have to be polite. I understand you have travelled from the capital. And then he clinks up one of the staircases. These are kind of now alone. There are no guards.
Where?
There were no guards guarding the mayor's house either.
Suppose if nobody dies, what's the worst you can do?
I mean, it's quite a stark comparison to obviously like the abandoned manor of Loudon that's got loads of like pristine looking royal guards outside protecting it, and you get to the actual mayor's house and it's
he's got this one guy.
One guy. Yep.
It says a lot about the one guy though.
I mean, yeah,
if you're gonna have one guy, he's a good one to have.
Sugar vibes this, like, there's a reason she is the queen, the countess's bodyguard, and she is the only one. Like, yo, you want to play?
That's why I enjoyed when you picked this character design to go for, because he was already written by that point.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, this is great. It's a nice mirror. Although I would have enjoyed also equally, like, I think your spooky witch lady that, gets
the
involved.
one from the woods that definitely doesn't talk to the trees and the moss.
It would fit right in.
Speaks to rock. Speaks in rock language. Riven will just take her sword off, which again it is just a slab of metal. It's just a big mean thing, and just very carefully like sit down against one of the chairs and sits down and just pours herself some water and starts eating and goes, "Oh, fuck, I'm hungry and it looks nice." Did you find out anything with the body, Myr'ra? Myr'ra?
Not yet.
Myr'ra, your silence is unsettling.
Oh, sorry, did you not hear me?
That's Myr'ra.
Not Myr'ra.
Oh, Myr'ra.
It does happen. It's understandable. Some things to explore. I'm interested to hear what's said here first.
Wonderful. So what body
Well-
part did you take, Myr'ra?
I would never. Sanctity of a body should remain whole.
Okay.
I got a bracelet.
Very good. Well, it was not a bad welcome. Wasn't a warm one either, but a little bit
No, it was-
suspect that the guards didn't do a damn thing when somebody literally got murdered in broad daylight.
And continued to not react. I'm interested to know whether the circumstances that were happening were instant, or if we should still be on the lookout for Steve reanimating.
Well, we at least know that they're not hiding it very well. Everyone seems shocked that he went down.
Mm-hmm. Yes, someone in the crowd definitely said, is it Sally? That people weren't supposed to die here. So people know something.
Terribly kept secrets, my favorite.
You hear a door open and close on a landing above you. And then you hear like footsteps on one of the staircases, and somebody clearly from the town, like very big cloth held up against her neck, kind of looks at everyone a bit startled, and then just like shockedly in the face, like, navigates around and out the door. Yep, and then you hear the clink, clink, clink down the other staircase that goes up to the same landing, and Siri Thane goes, "The mayor is ready to see you all. Please follow me."
She alright? I mean, no, but
The like Siri Thane just says nothing, like, and just starts walking back up the stairs.
alright. Let's go see the mayor.
So I'm assuming everybody follows Siri Thane.
Yeah, but on the way up, I'm going to be pocketing food.
Yeah, sure. Like you can have like a bunch of apples and bananas if you want. Yeah, sure. There is
a ration.
so there is a melon as well. It looks great.
A whole melon.
A whole melon.
Straight into the backpack.
So you all got upstairs. Nori may be last, and then you get there. Siri Thane stays outside the room. Gestures into the open kind of double doors. It's a very, again, dark room with some candles lit all over the place, fancy like candelabras and such, chandelier-esque, and Siri Thane closes the doors. He stays on the other side. And you just hear very, like, I guess, very piercing through the air in the dark room. "Aren't you all so wonderfully interesting who have come into my town?" And then the chair at the desk wheels round, and it's someone that looks pretty much like Lawrence Wellenbone. Like wheels and like kicks his 2 feet up onto the desk and just pats his lips with a very ornate looking hanky that probably looks like it could do with a wash, but it's dark. Who cares? Lying very casually in his chair.
Queen's Town, everyone is of great interest, I'm sure.
Like shakes his like handkerchief there. "Of course, Loudenhall, beholden to our wonderful royal queen." Just stares at you.
And all servants of Her Majesty are astute and working to her goals, as is all over this great queendom.
I would have it no other way in my town. Smiles, a big shitting grin at you.
And I'm sure the Queen's celebrations for her upcoming birthday, celebrating her magnanimous rule and great tenure at the throne, is the preparations will be setting at pace in her hometown, this fantastic town that she reigned so benevolently over. Is that the case?
Would you have it any other way? Like, feet come off the desk and he stands up and, like, you know, like adjusts his very fine, clearly Baroque jacket.
So I would have it exactly that way. However, my purview is mostly linked to the capital or wherever the Queen directs me.
So
And
you're saying
how
your
would you
jurisdiction's primarily in the capital. How interesting.
would say where I administer is primarily the capital. However, where I am sent to make sure that standards are not slipping, that is
So you're saying you're
limited by
officially here to check on
me.
my work as administrator of this town? Again, another big
Are
shitting
you the
grin.
administrator of this town?
Mayor? What else would I be?
Oh, I'm so sorry, I'd not been introduced yet. I
No,
am.
you haven't. Please, sit.
And oh, what a lovely looking chair. Is there plenty for everyone?
No, there is like 2 chairs at the other side of the desk. He has only told you to sit.
Oh, take it over. What a lovely. Good, sorry, your taste as a subject of the Queen really does do you credit.
He kind of smiles and goes, yes, I've had years to perfect my taste. And then looks to the group. Does anyone else speak or is it just him?
Waiting for introductions, in all honesty.
Yes, excellent place to start. I am the mayor here, which means I override his authority no matter what he says. Loudon herself can come and tell me otherwise. Puts a finger up because he knows you're going to object. And then goes back to like Riven and says, your name, my dear, and gestures vaguely at your very tall form.
Riven.
Kind of like leans back. Have I offended you, Riven?
No, I'm simply waiting for you to give your name. I have no further titles or anything. I am simply Riven.
You're so well adorned. No patron?
Are you not versed with my beloved countess?
If she's so beloved, I'm sure I would be well versed.
Indeed.
Kind of like chuckles a bit to himself, like he's enjoying the fact that there are new people in town.
Riven's definitely looking him over to see if there's any signs that he should not be standing. Is he one of the dead that's still
I
ticking?
mean, the room is dark and candlelit, but he does look pale. He like gestures for everyone else to like fulfill the silence with their names. Anybody else giving their names away? That's not a Faye joke, by the way. That's just me asking.
Myr'ra from the Arcanatrix.
Like smiles and nods. Ah, yes, a wizard amongst us.
To the bow. The exact same bow. Myr'ra
Don't
Vess.
you smell interesting, Miss Vess? Would you like to wash the
Thank you.
bloodstains off your hand?
Yes.
Gestures.
Wipe on the drapes. Wipe on the drapes.
Gesture to like some kind of like I guess like ceramic jug or something with like a big bowl on like a sideboard somewhere.
I go to it and I
Yep.
I wet my hands.
Yep. No.
And then I hold my hand out to him, like, oh, you have a handkerchief.
Yes, Do you not?
No.
We'll have to sort that before you leave town.
Thank you.
Yep.
Knew it was coming. Knew it was coming.
Um, and then looks at you, Nori.
My name is Nori Nediam.
Excellent. I'm the mayor here, Mayor Threem. He says it very proud of himself. But my friends call me Kont. That's K-O-N-T for anyone writing it down. And sits back very comfy in his chair. It's like a big wingback thing. There is only one other free chair.
Riven stands. It's awkward
Yep.
taking the big sword
Yeah.
off and
Yeah.
on all the time.
Yeah.
Also,
Got a
possibly
desk.
could feel like a threat, so she's
Yep.
just gonna stand there.
That's the other thing as well. You were never asked to not have your weapons, any of you, right?
Mhm.
Yous are all like fully geared, etc. You have just not long walked into town, so yeah.
Not like it can do anything. Like they'll get back up.
I'm going to start just casually wandering around the room looking for alternative exits.
Besides the drapes over all the windows, you don't see any. There's no other doors in this room other than the big double doors you came in.
The Colin in me is screaming, "Eyes of the grave! Eyes of the grave!"
I wonder why. That would be a terrible power in this town, though.
Can go off like that Akira blast at the end of the movie. Just
Yup. So does anyone take the other chair, or do you just all stand a bit shocked? Except, obviously,
Stand.
I
Lockhart.
don't think
Stand.
shock's the right word. I think
Okay.
pensive is
Yep,
the right
yep.
word.
Fair.
pissed off, Riven. She's just like, oh, another fucking one of these.
Okay. If there is silence for like those 2 seconds, if nobody takes the chair, like he's obviously sat down, he puts his feet back and goes, "So, Loudon sent you all to find out what's going on and hope the word doesn't get out and embarrass her before her birthday. Is that right?"
Grace
Oh,
sent us.
Loudon.
Yes, quite right. Yes. She does have... let's just say she's full of it. And smiles at you.
Her Majesty simply wants to ensure that preparations are being made for the coming celebration, and that they are proceeding at pace.
Kind of like grins at you and goes, "I thought someone in the bureaucracy would understand that preparations start 7 days before the event. We still have time. Would you prefer they
And there's-
started early?"
A very big smirk when he said 7 days.
It's okay. We can confirm weeks. That's fine.
Um, and yeah, Lockhart will say, I must say, coming in, the the royal grounds do appear well guarded this time. So I do hope you've not been having any untoward trouble with the ground.
You can speak plainly here. I think we're all friends, isn't that right? And he smiles to the room.
Mara smiles back.
Dripping hands still.
Wiping off the fucking fabric surface.
Which shows there are a lot.
Drapes are on the couch.
Yeah.
Just on the chair. Like,
You know what, now Mara sits.
Yep, yep.
Mara's like, oh, you see the other friends that are here as well.
yay!
We're all friends, all of us.
So, what have you done just so far with your time in town? I know you haven't been here long, but you seem to have seen a lot.
We saw a murder.
Yes, quite unusual given the rumours, right?
Is there credence to such rumors?
Yes. People should have died. It's quite unnerving, and quite frankly, rude.
Care to elaborate on the second part?
It's unnatural if people don't die, wouldn't you say?
I wouldn't call it rude.
I would.
Rude implies they're an inconvenience.
They are to me. I went to all of the effort of becoming an immortal, and they just get it for free? How is that fair?
Do you want to roll back what you just said and elaborate, perhaps?
Smiles, and you see the sharp teeth in his mouth this time.
I do hope you filled out the correct paperwork for being an immortal.
Kind of laughs, like very like as if this actually tickled him. He goes, "I love bureaucrats," and slams the desk with every beat. It's like,
You can imagine how much more difficult that makes things for us, how rude that could be seen, all the inheritance
I'm sure you can
cycles
file
and
it in a way that
all
means
these
you will
things.
die before you have to worry about it.
Oh, but I cannot initiate such things. They need to come from the individual. I do hope that you started it before you completed such.
Let's assume it's in the post, shall we?
Oh, I hope so. I do hope it
And
keeps
we
you
know
back.
that the Royal Mail would never have misplaced any important documents. That sounds like I actually have a dig at our actual mail service. I don't, by the way. It's just
You're getting
she is.
nothing delivered again.
All parcels yeeted
Yup.
over the roof.
Just want to stay a character. She's a queen. Royal Mail. It's a very similar thing.
There.
Okay, you know, crown couriers, if you will. Like, I don't care what we call it, but either way, he's having a dig at it. I am not. It is Mayor Cont Threem that has an issue with it, not me.
Can I assume this was a recent adaptation?
Why all about me all of a sudden? Don't be wrong, you're flattering me. However, the town is a bigger problem.
You could have been the catalyst, is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yes, because I would lead with that.
Well, are you?
No. Shrugs, like vaguely as if, really? Looks to you, Lockheart, goes, I think I liked it better when you spoke.
When did you change, and when did the first people stop dying?
What is today's date? He shrugs, like he generally doesn't know.
Do any of us
I mean,
know?
if anybody tracks the days, you'd probably know, yeah? Like,
Yeah.
but the average
Yeah,
person
that's-
probably doesn't track a calendar.
Surely, Myr'ra.
So, anybody can say the date. It happens to be accurate.
It's
Yeah, blah 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 date. Yeah, it's today's date. Insert in universe time code here. And he goes, oh, and starts like counting on his hand. He goes, I'm about 642.
Does definitely look at Lockhart as like, none of yous have caught that yet!
they've been mayor for that long.
What do you say in character though?
I know.
Alright, so he says that's his age.
Yeah,
When did the first person not die? Do you have a rough estimate? Of
what
when
kind
the
of
first-
mayor would I be? He says, drawing the words off of Lockheart. If I didn't know such things about my town. About 2 months ago. Give or take. He waves his fingers daintily.
And have there been other anomalies? like
Infringes
Adept
on
today?
my brand? No.
I see.
Then I think Lockhart would make a bit of a show of looking behind at the door. And
Waiting on someone? Are you Lockheart?
now, as we have all become such fast friends,
He smiles
Hey.
warmly, like, of course we have. You're guests in my
I
town.
was hoping you might illuminate a little on the on the escort that took us in, Lord Ethane, or Sir Ethane, sorry.
Yeah, Sir Ethane. I don't think you're his type.
Oh well, I've not seen them yet.
Side glances at
But-
Riven.
I don't think that's how types work, Lockhart.
I'm a married woman, unfortunately for him.
And you said he did have a sigil. It's
Yes,
just not
it-
one that we would recognize.
Yeah, it's definitely from across the seas, which just means not
Right.
in Dink.
Yeah.
Yep.
And has he been here long?
He kind of thinks to himself. I mean,
Just a
Lu-
100 years, perhaps, in your
less, of course.
days.
Please. And he tries to think, goes, it's decade or two? Shrugs vaguely, because he clearly doesn't necessarily track time.
Because he's immortal.
Yeah. And has been for a while,
Yeah.
it seems.
Okay, right.
Yep. He's like, I just remember working out that it was much cheaper to have one scary person on staff than lots of fairly incompetent guards.
All right, if we can just get
Mm.
past the initial bit.
He laughs at that. Oh, but the initial bit's my favourite part. Introductions, formalities, fast friends. He gestures back to Lockhart, like insincerely.
Lockhart will kind of return a slightly more sincere.
Yeah.
Like, literally, the immortality thing doesn't really bother Lockhart.
It's everyone in bureaucracy is
That's
immortal.
elite.
In the 2 months, do we have names, families? Was there any strange moons? Did anybody weird come through? Do you have any possible leads?
Funny you should say that. Opens a drawer that has the most horriblest squeak ever, and lifts out some parchment.
Surely that hurts your ears worse than ours, right?
No, I barely notice it now. And then kind of like
Fair enough.
rifles through some of the parchment. He goes, yeah, Sir Ethane did note, because he was quite concerned about all this business, you see. I was merely just, well, put out. And then goes back to his documents and kind of like file through. Goes, yes, you'll like this one. He points to Lockhart offhandedly as well. He goes, so, like 2 months ago, the last body to come back here was the captain of the Queen's Guard. She died, I believe. He looks down at the notes. Died in service and was brought back because she was from here. So that's like the last person from here to have died. But she wasn't killed here. He kind of like ruffles through some other papers and clearly doesn't see anything interesting.
The last person to have officially died from this place and been declared dead was the captain of the guard, Queen's Guard.
Yes.
Oh, that's not true. His name?
Besides,
Steve.
yes, besides recent events, I believe, was the implication. He kind of looks at you, Riven, for like a nod or something.
So it is through your files, limited to people born and bred within this town?
Kind of shrugs. He goes, no. You see, people have died that are here and were born here. Or at least have been here for, time.
Long enough.
Long enough, yes. Longer than the 2 months, and taps the parchment again as if, yes, that's a date I remember. But it's just strange, isn't it? Like, why are some dying and some are not dying? Why are some from here and some are not from here? It boggles the mind.
May I see those files?
It slides them over.
Immediately just takes them and puts them on Lockhart's lap.
Now, who here can read? Just hands it over.
Who here wants to read all this?
Yeah,
Yeah, I was like,
Lockhart
yeah.
would-
It is only maybe like
Shit.
10 sheets of parchment. There isn't a lot. It is, but
Mhm.
there's a pile of them.
Well, Suri
Mm.
But
Thane
Lockhart
has
will
been...
try and quick scan at just
Mm.
just anything that is irregular about it, and try and commit as much to memory as possible.
Like, so there's
Suri
just
Thane.
some
Is
notes
here.
in. I'll go through the documents just now. So in the documents, there's just very quick mention of from here died, rough date. From here didn't die but was run over by a cart. You know, like there's a list of obscure things. Obviously all the people that didn't die are at quite intensive care. Very few people have obviously recovered enough to be considered okay again, depending on what happened to them that was initially fatal. Or should have been fatal. So you've got a handful of people. There's not many. The town's quite safe, but general accidents will happen. So,
Yeah.
a spooked horse has happened. But yeah, I guess the only correlation is that, the same. It seems to also be. It's not just that some animals also. Again, it's a lot harder to track that, but it's not all animals because the place would be overrun by insects if they couldn't die. And you'd know that in a day. So
Yeah.
so it's very odd what isn't, and you can't see a pattern. But you've only looked at it for 5 seconds. Riven, what were you going to say, sorry?
Does it,
Oh, sorry, on you go. Lockhart first.
Lockhart.
on that, does it give any indication to their state? Do they just recover? Do they heal as if they were just not dead?
Yeah, so,
or do they just go-
let's say, for example, the person that got, run over the cart and their leg, got broken in such a way that they should have bled out and died, and they didn't. So once the leg had finished getting dealt with by, the local medic person, whatever the fantasy equivalent term for that is, yeah, they were fine. Because obviously they can't die, so they just dealt with the leg problem. They had the time. But their leg's still in a bad way.
They're still suffering.
I mean, no, they managed to cut away the bit that was the problem, so they were suffering immensely until they weren't, and they obviously didn't die to shock or blood loss because they can't. So it was horrific, but they dealt with it. So that person probably just has crutches or is in a barrel or something that has wheels. Do you know what I mean? Some kind of wheelbarrow.
So those sort of wounds just didn't
Stuff that-
regenerate.
Yeah, basically stuff
A
that. So
broken leg was a broken leg. Took 6 weeks to heal.
yeah, exactly.
But didn't kill them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything that can recover under regular circumstances has still happened. It's just that some things that were fatal haven't been fatal. So the ones that were recoverable aren't in pain. There are some that are in intense pain, are under heavy sedation in the hospital. Yeah.
If somebody's torso's taken a massive blow or their head and it's all caved in, you can't recover it.
I'm gonna say that we don't cut any shots in the hospital because it would probably be too horrific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've got
We
got that
can
10-foot
draw
sheet over
yeah.
them.
We'll draw a veil on the hospital for gore's sake. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Yeesh.
Do you need
This,
somewhere to stay while you are in town? How long are you staying for? I'm assuming not until the birthday celebrations. I'm assuming clearly you would be needed back in the capital for that.
We are here until we aren't, and you said sorry. Thane gathered this information.
I mean, him or someone that works for him. Waves vaguely at clearly not his problem.
Thank you.
Yes,
Can you
the wizard.
recommend somewhere to stay? 'Cause, yes, we
Stay
are
with
in
me!
town.
Why not? That would be novel.
Myr'ra looks
I'm
very
okay with it.
uncomfortable about this. But also, hey, free accommodation. And to be fair, this isn't even as spooky as my family house. So it's fair. Delightful. Thank you. That's a very kind invitation.
It's always polite to be invited. And he smiles.
Indeed.
It looks at...
I'm just hoping don't fucking
Yeah.
try and eat me. It's gonna go real fun.
Sir,
Is there any...
Okay, sorry.
Myr'ra?
No, go. Well, is there anyone you could recommend we speak to who's been affected by this circumstance?
Points at the papers vaguely. You could speak to
Okay.
Samda's family.
Okay. And we are okay to keep the papers for our research?
Oh, I'm not in any way attached to them.
Oh, delightful.
I'm assuming, of course, though, that you'll be reporting everything back to me so I could make sure my records are as up to date for any royal audit that may happen, and stares directly and piercingly at Lockheart.
Oh, I don't think we'll have any problems with that.
Wonderful. No problems between fast friends, claps his hands once.
No problems could ever emerge between fast friends. You'll receive.
Well, tell that to
reports
those
from
gentlemen at the
me
bar.
Yeah.
You hear Daniel
Seems to
sobbing
be-
in the distance.
Mara giggles.
Now, he seems incredibly well informed for someone that stays this far away from that part of town.
Mm.
That man has eyes everywhere.
It's very blinding. Also, the only thing you missed was that you were like, is there any recommendations of where we can stay? And he goes, stay with me, I have the room. It's the only thing you missed.
So we're staying, I take it?
Yeah. I think so.
I understand there is some minor animosity between yourself and Her Majesty about her estate.
Animosity is such a strong word. I had a suggestion.
Suggestions.
Yeah, exactly. A recommendation for the betterment of Loudon Hall, and Loudon said no.
One of them was a good suggestion, I will agree. The second one, less so. But what I'm truly getting at is if within this investigation we need to gain access to this place.
Oh, I have no problem with you trashing the place.
No.
In the interest, he like puts his two hands up defensively to you, Lockhart. In the interest of your royal investigation of this town.
I'm
Well,
asking.
we would want to make sure that the estates are getting paired in the manner, as you say, that we initially arrived to. But we have no problem with staying to help and see what other things we can assist the betterment of the realm.
He just winks at you. Like as if I'm in on it too. Wink.
Yeah.
Yep. Anything that you need while you are my guests? An extra pillow, points at Myr'ra.
Why?
Why do you think he's saying that? Just
Yes.
Sir Ethan will see to all of your needs, don't worry. Now please leave.
Since we need to report everything to you anyway, and I take out the friendship bracelet.
Mhm.
Do you mind if I...
Oh, you wish me to wear jewellery? We're not that close.
1 ow. 2 no. I begin the ceremony. Or the
Okay.
ritual.
He kind of like waves you off. No magic in this room.
No magic between fast friends?
We might have barriers against the sun in here and you don't want to disturb them.
Kind of like gestures vaguely like that's not necessarily what I'm agreeing with, but it's not necessarily what I'm saying isn't the case. Like there's definitely a, well, that's a complicated answer I'm not willing to give. Says, no, it's just, it ruins the musk. Waves vaguely at like the dusty, very much needs a clean office. Do that in the room I give you. Siri Thane will show you to something.
Very well.
Don't blow up anything.
Yeah, Lockhart will stand, nod.
He puts his hand
head up
out.
the room.
A pleasure meeting you. One official to another.
Lockhart will come round the side of the desk, so like trying to not look at. So he's doing a leap, but just so he can get a bit closer, just do a nice easy hand over to him.
Yeah. So yeah, you shake hands. Sorry, I take it you're trying to avoid touching him.
No.
Okay.
I kind of wanted to get into his space a bit.
Yeah, okay. No, you can get into his
A little
space
bit more
yeah.
friendlier.
Yeah, like he's willing to get intimate. We zoom the camera in between your two faces. It's like a Star Trek Voyager conversation
Also-
between two crew members now. We're that
Yeah.
close.
Yeah, just casting an eye from his side of the desk. How it looks, just
Yeah.
make sure there wasn't anything else that you might have missed.
Like giant sign saying murder them all before they leave. Like
There's the big button side that releases the hounds.
no, it
It's a
just
very big rug to be randomly placed and sounds like there's a trapdoor beneath my feet.
no, it's just it just looks like an office. Like that's about it. Just probably needs a bit more of a clean. You'd never let your office get this dusty. So yeah, that's about it.
So, we will be sure not to disturb the musk. Out.
Kind of nods. He goes,
I'm just going to lean into Nori's space and say, keep your hands to yourself. He has eyes everywhere, and if he catches you taking something, you probably won't have hands.
just ask if you need anything. He says very casually, as if maybe he's just saying that, or maybe he heard.
Oh no, she wasn't being she's well aware. If he knew about what happened to the other side of the town, every conversation they've had has not been private. She knows, but she's just making sure Nori knows.
He's just being very casual about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As we're leaving, then
Yes.
Nori will turn to the mayor and say, "Mr. Mayor,
Please, cunt.
have to be very careful.
Yes.
Mr. Cunt."
Just shrugs it off. Yeah.
Sir, you seemed very aware that we were about to pay you a visit.
Well, I invited you. Smiles.
No, I mean the town rather than
Oh,
yourself.
again, what kind of mayor would I be if I didn't track the comings and goings of the unusuals? Waves vaguely at you all.
That's very interesting. Thank you for your hospitality.
More than welcome. Big grin again.
Myr'ra will also reach her hand out to shake.
The double handshake again.
Like, he puts his hand out and he kind of sniffs the air a tiny bit before he extends it. And his hand is very cold. You're very familiar with this touch.
Oh,
Yeah.
from one official to another.
He kind of chuckles a bit to himself. He goes, quite, yes. And takes his hand back. But you can see he is straining his hand. There's more effort involved in that interaction than was with Lockhart or anyone else. Yeah. Tiny bit more reserved with you.
I will out-weird you, sir. I will out-weird you.
Just inbuilt awkwardness is great.
You both rolled really high in charisma, but both very different ends of the fucking
Yup. I went into the minus numbers for my score. Yeah, you all head out to the landing where Sir Uthane is.
Interesting, Mayor. You have
And then you just hear one very huh from the armor.
I take it vampires are well known.
I mean, it's well known enough that this isn't the most unusual, but it's not like someone should run a town and just be okay with it level of casual. It's, oh, if someone said they got attacked by a vampire, you would just hope somebody would go kill it. You wouldn't give it a job.
Yeah.
So a bit strange that
Into
one's being nice.
I mean,
civil.
they could probably be nice and civil. They might also just be hungry.
Hmm.
Do you know what I mean? You did watch
We're
that
also
person leave with the neck wound, right, earlier.
Mm.
So, yeah.
Added that up.
Yeah. It wasn't subtle.
we're also living in a world that accepts demons. So
Accepts, has, yeah.
yeah,
They're one of the 5, blades. So yes,
Yeah.
demons are officially recognized. Vampires
Better
could be
of
considered.
the 2 evils.
Yeah. Okay, so on that note, Ithane sees you all to quarters. You all get a room each. They're very, very nice rooms. None of them have particularly well lit rooms. Very big windows, all covered in heavy, heavy drapes. And sadly, that's where we need to end because we're way over on time. So yeah, this might have to be a part 1. Who knew such a thing would happen? Yes.
Shocked, I tell you, shocked.
And in between this time, Ryan is going to go and keep writing. And every time we get to the end, he's going to go, we ran out of time, go on to, what one are we on?
Well-
109.
Well, no.
2 years later.
No, I've already wrote the campaign that comes from this, but this hasn't, we're only, this is really the halfway point. So there should only really need to be...
Okay.
We don't need to negotiate for horses this time, so we're fine for next time.
We don't have to. But
You don't
that doesn't
have
mean
to.
that we won't.
yeah, that's so true.
Wait,
I want to
need to
negotiate
name
for
them.
vampire horses.
so is that horses that belong to a vampire,
We need
or
to-
horses that are vampiric?
Vampiric horses.
Okay.
Could be both.
Right, so...
We need
Whatever-
to make sure that Sally and Daniel are okay.
Yes, indeed. Poor Daniel. Right. Whatever I usually say at the end of a session, assume that was put in here. And again, if we can arrange a part 2, I would love to. We're just going to go, I guess, straight into wrap-up chat. So I don't actually know who's at the top of the list. So Alexander, I think you are.
Yeah. That's it was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for organising, and I know it's a new system for pretty much everyone. I am interested to see how the system works. Obviously, story aside.
So on that point, most of the system stuff's been done, right? See the task resolution that you saw? That is most of the system, which is why I like how simple it is. It seems like it should be more complicated, but the only complicated parts are your abilities that you add in. Everything is still task-based, so you have seen it. You make it easier with effort. The higher level you get, the more effort you can spend. The more your edge will be to discount spending effort and abilities. Eventually your low-cost abilities will be free to use, so they'll become cantrip-like for you, because you're just that good at your particular skill set. So there's not an awful lot to learn now, which is why I'm probably moving a lot of my games to this system. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah, but it'll be interesting to see the sort of variation in the classes, and just getting used to sort of the toolkit and what is in the scope. And I'll be honest, I'm looking forward to working out how many laws are actually being broken by being a vampire. 'Cause I bet it's not that many. I figure that I'll catch up on his paperwork later.
Yeah.
We can talk about that.
Surely there's term limits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as he keeps getting re-elected, though,
Yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah.
But is it not they have something in line to make sure you can only go for it so many times?
Because assuming he
Do
kept the same
experience
name
check and he
in
fails 'cause
600
it's
years,
The name was wrong on this.
right?
I'm my identical twin brother.
My child will take over. They aged very quickly, though. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Blaine
just
only has
seeing-
sons. We're on number 12.
And no wives ever. What?
Nani.
And I, well, like, feels like there's a lot of things at play. Although I have to say, have you ever been to Loudon Hill?
No. I did hear you call the town that though once.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So
We need to go Google
in
that.
my mind, that is really struggling. Like,
Yeah,
actually
okay.
how to look at it now.
I mean, would it be one of my games if names didn't trip people up? No.
Yeah, so no, lots of fun. I hope to do it again sometime soon.
Yeah, hopefully we can get it in the calendar very quickly, but we'll deal with all that offline, because we know that's a joy. If that is yourself, thank you again for playing, and Dylan.
Myr'ra's very fun to play.
She's fun to see play, yes. I feel like you've carried a lot of Avalon across, which is nice.
But like in a different way.
Oh yeah, like this is the... You know, like, was it the Wednesday Addams show where it's like her on one side and obviously Avalon on the other as the werewolf girl? It's all pink and girly and like very nicety and wears white. But then the Wednesday Addams side of it is now Myr'ra. Yeah.
I think I've seen a picture from that.
Yeah, it's good. I like it.
Yes, Myr'ra is very fun. I'm having fun with the system.
Yep.
The system opens up a lot of like...
It's really freeing, right?
Like unique abilities and skills. Like I was thinking that like... Because, you know, I'm an adept, so I have, like, a fair amount of magic. That, like, that was gonna, like... I almost felt like I was gonna be, like... overusing it, like, compared to everyone else. But then, like, people were pulling out, like, random skills, like Anecdote.
Yeah.
Like,
Anecdote is such a good skill. It's so good.
But, yeah, no, I'm liking the system. I'm liking my character. I like the group.
I did like the other quest you all designed and realised you were perfect for, which is the investigating the old manor for, like, you know, inspection day. Like,
Scooby-Doo, yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
Scooby Gang.
Scooby Gang.
But legally distinct. Yep. No, good, yeah. Anything else, so I don't cut you off when I move on?
Yeah, that's good.
Nope, perfect. Thank you again for playing as well. And Hannah.
Oh, I love a mystery. I want to know all of the things. Yes, this was a great time. Thank you for setting it all up.
Thank you.
Again, agreed. Really like the system. Like all of the little, like, how can I make this work? Also like when it doesn't work, when you're like, I have nothing for this. I'm still going to try.
Yep.
And again, like the effort is really nice with that because it means even if you're not like skilled in something, you can give it a good go.
Yeah, you choose to spend your energies, your resources into trying because it's important to your character. Like it's no other system has really ever done that I've seen, which is why I was drawn straight to this going, oh, but you can care about things that aren't under your skill set. That's nice because people do that.
I'm excited to do more. I haven't got to break anything on accident yet. So yes, I'm excited to do more clumsy shit next time. Excellent.
Looking forward to it. Yep. It's been good. And Chris?
Yeah, there's so much more still to be done. I mean, although you've said we've used most of the system, we still haven't tried the battle engine. We kind of avoided the only battle we've had.
You did very well, yeah. You just talked your way around it. Like, just don't was essentially the gist of that.
Exactly.
Do not.
It's late. I'm tired. You're tired. It'll be a really disappointing fight. Like, let's just go.
It's all going to be a bit one-sided. So don't do it. Yeah. But yeah, there's so much of each of the characters that we're only just skirting the edges of that we've still got an awful lot to learn. Or an awful lot to try, never mind learn.
Yeah, so, everybody has so many abilities we haven't seen yet. Like, it's good. Never mind your ciphers as well.
Exactly, that was my next comment, the ciphers. It's the ciphers I've got in particular. At the present time, I'm sitting here afraid to use them because I don't want to lose them. So how does that work? How do you play that out? Because
That's just Alexander's
ones I've
life
got-
when it comes to role playing. He's like, oh, this is an expendable resource, then I'll never use it.
yeah,
On the final
that-
boss in the
Yep.
video game, I can't use these items. What if he has a nice face? No.
And that is something I'm finding quite freeing with this, like going from 2 spell slot warlock to I have 19 slots essentially.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just do an anecdote. Sure, why not?
It's good. And the discount's
Also, if I
nice, right?
If I remember correctly, you can only hold 2 ciphers.
Depends on the class. Your type dictates it. Some get 3. I think the 2 adepts get 3. And most people get 2, and you can upgrade that with abilities from your skill lists eventually. But it's
the notion
so it's
that
like
if you don't use them,
so the whole point
get
is
new ones.
the gist of ciphers, which I probably should have said right at the start, but it's only called the Cypher System. The point is, use them, and then opportunities come up to get replaced. So, for example, if you had used all of them, you could have robbed the bandits if you had murdered them all, or bandit-like people, for what they were carrying on them. And that's my opportunity as a GM to provide new ciphers. So, and don't be afraid to ask, see if your cipher was say, because I'll use Scott's example, because he was going to play a person that invented a magical gun. Some of his ciphers were potentially going to be fancy ammo to go into the gun, as one-off bullets that aren't safe to keep a lot of. So he might then go spend some time in his downtime to make more, which would involve several rolls, some expensive materials, but then he could just make a new cipher, because only he would really know how to make the bullets for his gun, right? So if it's stuff within that kind of vein, you can try that. It's just the system wants you to have them, and I said this to Chris when we were making his character, you can only hold your limit, and if your limit is 2, and you pick up a third and try to take it with you is the important part. The intents you want more than your limit. I will randomly remove one because that's what the system wants. You randomly lose one. You don't pick. So see if you're just swapping stuff out, just tell me. I'm getting rid of that cipher to take this one because it's on offer. I'm not going to screw you over by oh no, you picked up 3. You can decide to leave stuff behind. Or if there's a cipher you really want, you've got 2 and your limit's 2, but somebody's missing one, hand them one. I don't really care what one you do. It's not, nothing in the system said be a dick from the rules that I can see. Do you know what I mean? Nothing's like the old school wording of Wish. So it's very overt about, when it intends to screw a player over specifically. Do you know what I mean? It's very obvious in the rules. Even the summon demon spell that says it might go away, you hope. At the end of the summon. It's very obvious. The system knows what it's about. It wants you guys to have fun, wants me to have fun. I don't have to roll dice, I love it. It's fantastic. Because everything's you guys against the difficulties. It's not me. So, yeah. Sorry, Chris was...
Oh, yeah, that was it. Just it was, as I said, the cipher thing is... That's the last
But you don't know what you'll find, though.
Exactly.
You've built someone that's going to pilfer pockets. You could find anything.
I'm in a room with a vampire, and the first thing I want to do is put my hand into my equipment cache and pull out a crucifix. Do you know what I mean? That's up here in the back of your mind. The crucifix was work in this world. I don't know. What takes away vampires?
Is Christianity in this world? Probably not.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Still lots to learn. Still lots to learn about the world. Still lots to learn about us.
And I've personally tried to make it a world that's a wee bit different to my usual type of setting. I thought, let's have some more interesting races. Why demons are just part of the world casually as well. Because I thought, well, that's a bit different. Fae being a major problem isn't always common, but it's kind of common. But making them that big a threat felt interesting, that you would side with demons over them. Yeah, tried to throw in some interesting curveballs as well. Bandit-like people for legally distinct reasons, It's all good. For Daniel.
Yes, I'm afraid to say you've not done a one-shot.
No, I know that. I knew that going in. We all knew this. I was very upfront about that fact. Nat?
That was a lot of fun. Great to get back into it. Loving the system. I love the fact the system is so designed for working as a team. It's so designed for I want to do this thing, but I want to make sure you can do it. with Lockhart, like so much you offered with everybody's just able to kind of boost each other in different ways. I think that's such a great system. Also, again, we've not seen all the things we can do for each other or just solo. I'm really looking forward to that. Loving the world. It's this lovely kind of bizarre fairy tale that's just kind of on crack right now.
Yeah.
Like, why is the vampire here, sir? And all I could hear in my head was what we do in the shadows.
Fair.
Welcome to New York City.
New York City.
That's all I could hear.
I thought you were going to go Nandor for a second. I was like,
No. He was not Nando. My good town boy, my cream cheese. Like, no. But my head just went there. But it's this brilliant, and I love how our team synergizes. We are the most odd, cobbled together group. Stand out so hard, but I love everyone's characters. I love Nori just being like, don't notice me.
Yes, I'm not here.
Myr'ra with the fact she has a desk.
That's amazing.
the tea was such a brilliant wee moment.
So good.
Myr'ra, like, just feel like Myr'ra was taken out from under the rock and was going, go, child, go. Be free.
who knew you were so good socially, right? Like,
I know, and
was
Lockhart
surprised.
is just. I love the way Lockhart talks, and it's just so diplomatic, so smart. I love the way everyone's playing their characters. It's so nice. I genuinely hope we get to turn this into a campaign. I do genuinely, because your worlds are always fun. This is fun. The team's great. We're all a bit manic. And if this is how we're going to start rolling, then dear God, I can only imagine what's going up next. But yeah, thoroughly great way to spend a Saturday night.
no, thank you very much. Yes, no, I thank you all for playing. It's been a lot of fun getting my own teeth sunk into the game, as it were. I laughed at most of the names that I had wrote down for NPCs, which is always good. You should always laugh at your own work. And I'm excited to see what you guys can learn, or decide to uncover that's me just going crazy and having wrote loads of seeds for the campaign later. But don't worry, I'll do my best to keep us on track if we manage to get a part 2 arranged in the books, because, yeah, like I won't just catapult you into the campaign. I will keep most of that for the campaign. I would like you to get through this story, just so we can see some more things. Obviously, people have access to the PDF, you've got your character sheets and stuff, we've got that wee cheat sheet kind of thing. Please learn as much about the system as you can to get as most out of this one shot as you can. Because the more we learn as a group, the more interesting stuff we can get away with in the story. So use your rules to make the world work for you. Like, it's never a versus thing with me, and you know that. I'm excited to see what you uncover about my bullshit. Do you know what I mean? So, and if I can litter that journey with some interesting characters, good. But we've went way over in time, so thank you all for sticking with me. And
I
yeah.
do have a my title suggestions were scantalized or it's good practice. That was.
Yeah, like I'm good with either of those. Does anybody else? I forgot that was even a thing I used to do.
I know.
Like, wow.
The new suggestions. I like it's good practice because it's an encompassment of like everything that happened and what we're actually doing. I really like that's a really good one.
Yeah,
It's a good one.
it's good practice.
And it's a double entendre on, like, we were just learning the system.
It's that's good.
Yeah, if there's
Like it.
no other
Yep.
suggestions,
Definitely.
I'm happy with that too, because I didn't even have the brain space for that. Was a thing that I used to do, because naming stuff, right? There we go, just chuck that. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. My God, I can't even work Discord anymore. Right, any last thoughts, anyone, before I decide to end the session? Like, officially, super offish? Like, no, we're all good? Cool.
Nope. Thank you for running it again,
Yeah.
as usual.
Say goodbye, everybody. Thank you all.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah,